It's like, where are you? I can't see you. Okay.
It's a pretty brutal song. It's pretty great. Oh, it's a great song.
Okay.
The good news though,
Can you see me now? Yeah.
great song.
I just got your text. So here I am. Thanks for the tip and the heads up. So let me grab my schedule.
I should warn you all that there's a little bit of audience participation in this, and it would be even better if at times you came up to the podium. Or, excuse me,
It would?
well, use your best judgment.
Oh, so you're not going to be at the podium?
I'll be at the lectern. I got to be at the lectern because that's where the cameras point, right?
Yes. Yeah, you should be here. Okay, friends. Hello, hello, hello. We are on part 3 of our live stream because we had to divide it into 3 sections. So you could consider this like season 1, season 2, season 3, all in one 25-hour period. So it's good to have you. Good to see you again. Good to have everyone who's, hey, woo! Everyone who's in the house. We got the stalwarts with coffee in hand. So we are ready to go. We still do have a few minutes. And so I thought I'm just going to read something here to you just to get things going. But I have to find it now. Where there? You're getting into home business, Dan. Okay, I will text you back, I promise on that. Okay, so where is that? Dave, where is that? The one that you had with all the documents. Thank you. Okay, I'm just getting some. Just gonna read some fun little extra goodies. I just gotta find it. Here it is. Here it is. Okay. All right, friends. We got into a very in-depth discussion about fascism because we are in some very precarious times right now, and some people are saying, we are there, we're in it. It's all fascism all the time right now in America. And some people are saying, well, we're sliding towards fascism. So we had a pretty interesting discussion this morning, and I'm not sure how much of it came up on the live stream, but if you watch it later, there very well may be some of that discussion that we had. But what I wanted to do was to start off the morning here. We've got here in the Pacific Standard Time, we've got 5:55. So on East Coast time, it's 8:55. And good morning to you. So I thought I would start the morning off with some kind of uplifting, one of these things, like back there, the Women's Committee, we can do it. So, and this is about fighting fascism, because I thought we could all use a shot in the arm of some empowerment and some, motivation to say, hey, this is not the way this is going to end. And it's not just fascism. We're not going to let it just happen to us. We are going to fight like crazy. And we've been all weekend here, we've had guests telling us that if we stand up and we get together and we do something, we get strategic and purposeful, we are not going to let this happen to us. We just are not. Okay, so I'm going to start with so Robert Reich, who he is an author, he writes books, and he's a retired professor from UC Berkeley. He was the former labor secretary for President Clinton. So he has a Substack now, and I enjoy reading some of his episodes, or whatever you call them, editions that he writes up, because he writes almost every day on his Substack. So here comes, this is called, I think it's the Baker's Dozen for Fighting Fascism. Here we go. In light of Trump's worsening cruelty, vindictiveness, and ever more belligerent attacks on democracy, many of you may ask, what can I do now? Here are a baker's dozen of recommendations. If, let's see, oh, I see. He had shared an earlier version. It might have just been a dozen. And this one is a revised and larger version. So that must be why he added to make it 13. So, okay. So number one is protect the decent and hardworking members of your communities who are undocumented. This is an urgent moral call to action. As Trump's ICE accelerates its roundups, detentions, and deportations, many of our hardworking neighbors and friends are being disappeared. ICE is rapidly becoming Trump's police state enforcers. One of Trump's executive orders allows ICE to arrest undocumented immigrants at or near schools, places of worship, healthcare sites, shelters, and relief centers, thereby deterring them from sending their kids to school or getting medical or legal help they need. This is nuts. So-called sanctuary cities, and that has now come, I mean, when he wrote about this, it hadn't happened yet, but it has now come to a head. And Pam Bondi has sent out letters to governors, including Washington's governor, who got a letter threatening arrest if he didn't revoke his sanctuary state status. Sanctuary cities and states have laws prohibiting their schools and public hospitals and police from turning over undocumented individuals to the federal government or providing information about them. There are sensible policies that are good for us all. Otherwise, undocumented people who are ill, including those with communicable diseases, won't go to public hospitals for treatment. Parents will be afraid to send their children to school. Crime victims who are undocumented will hesitate before reporting crimes for fear that they could then face being deported. If you trust your mayor or city manager, do we trust our mayor and city manager? They're on board for this, right? They're not going to stand for this. Okay. Well, y'all on the live stream, if you trust your mayor or city manager, check in with their offices to see what they are doing to protect vulnerable families in your community. Join others in efforts to keep ICE away from hospitals, schools, and shelters. If you hear of ICE raids anywhere in your city or county, let others know. Establish a hotline of ICE raid information and a first responder list of people who will go where those raids are occurring, advise people of their rights, and if necessary, block ICE directly. Your voice and organizing are critical in fighting back against this tyranny. There are some resources. I recommend you order these red cards from Immigrant Legal Resource Center and make them available in and around your community. You might also find these of use: Immigration Preparedness Toolkit, Immigrant Legal Resource Center, ILRC. 2, protect. Oh, it's almost time. I might read part of this now and then part of this afterwards. Protect LGBTQ plus members of your community. Trump, yeah. Woohoo! Trump is also making life more difficult for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and other people through executive orders, changes in laws, alterations in civil rights laws, and changes in how such laws are enforced. His bigoted rhetoric has also unleashed hatefulness in bigoted people. I urge you to work with others in being vigilant against prejudice and bigotry wherever and however it might break out. When you see or hear it, call it out. Join with others to stop it. If you trust your local city officials, get them involved. If you trust your local police, alert them as well. 3, help protect officials in your community or state whom Trump and his administration are targeting for vengeance. Some may be low-level officials, such as election workers. Some are judges. Some are elected officials. If you hear of anyone seeking to harm them, immediately alert local law enforcement officials. And I'm going to put a pause on that. We just finished number 3, so we'll be starting on number 4. And I'm going to introduce our next special guest, because we're at 6 o'clock and we have a special guest who is already in the wings, ready to join us right now. Randy Wynn is our next guest. You may recognize Randy because he was probably the star of our early morning hours this morning, telling stories, giving good resources and ideas. And so he's going to join us right now as our special guest speaker for the 6 o'clock first part of the hour. We are Americans. We have no king. And get ready, warm up your vocal cords, because we're going to be doing some singing on this one. Okay, Randy, take it away.
Thank you, Rachel. I thought you might recognize Randy Wynn if you're a Mariners fan, and you should be, because he was, I believe, the second baseman during the first decade of this century, and by no coincidence, approximately my height and my weight, distributed somewhat differently, and he had a much better batting average. But before I go further, I would like to pay my respect to the people earlier in the program who have been talking about serious things, describing weighty matters. This is all important stuff. I've got a little lighter attitude towards things because, my friends, welcome to the 6 a.m. morning show with Randy and the Bend It Like Booker Bandits. That's you. For the next 20 to 30 minutes, we will be in the no judgment zone, where we sing, like Amanda Gorman said, not perfect, but with purpose. Yes, singing has a purpose. Not to be perfect, but to get that song in your heart out into the air, because if it stays in your heart, you'll get an aneurysm. Besides, as Mark Brown, world champion of public speaking 2007, always says, you have a message and people need to hear it. How better to hear it than through song? Let me give you an example. Southwest California and Juneau. 2 months ago, I'm there on the corner with 3 friends from West Seattle Indivisible. We've got our signs. We're waving at the drivers. The drivers are waving back, most of them with all their fingers. There was 1 or 2 who tried giving us the peace sign but couldn't get their index finger to work. But everyone else is friendly and happy to see us when up the block comes a mom and two kids like this tall. The kids, I mean, mom was taller than that. And they've got with them their handcrafted signs. And when they come to our corner, they start singing their handcrafted songs in their little child voice. No kings, no ice, everybody should be nice. Can you sing that song? Ready? No kings, no ice, everybody should be nice. It's beautiful. It's got a theme, and they were bold to sing it. Children have not grown that fear filter that keeps us from putting it out there, from proclaiming our truth. And although this was a little children's song, it really does proclaim a truth about kings. History is a long tug of war between the kings and the people. Kings come by many names. There's czars and there's commissars. There's captains of industries. There's robber barons. And now we have multi-billionaires. But through all time and space, they all want the same thing: our stuff. We get the sweat. They get the sweets. How do they do it? Mostly by getting us to fight among ourselves. White against black, straight against gay, Christians versus Jews versus Muslims versus Hindus. We got to be smarter than that. Now they've got the ICE secret police beating up on us. Who's getting the money from it? Not us, the kings. That's what ICE has become. And this is not nice. Okay. Was anyone else at No King's Day celebration? Yes, you were. You were. I was at Cal Anderson Park, took the March to the Space Needle all across the country, everyone on TV land there. I hope you were there. And how did you feel? How did it feel to be with, in Seattle, 70,000 other people marching and singing and reassuring ourselves that, you know, we're normal. We're the patriots. We love our country. We love our fellow Americans. We have a positive vision for the future. I felt good. I felt real good. Now, 2.5 weeks later, the big, bad, brazen billionaire brutality bill passed. Could you give us the next slide, please? And I felt low, which is what the fascists want. Oh, that was, could I have the next slide, please? I felt as lonely as the Statue of Liberty at Alcoy Point all by itself. And I got to say, for people not in Seattle, we have this Statue of Liberty to remind us of our American values. America was founded, conceived in liberty, and dedicated to the proposition that all persons are created equal, not for kings. So I suggest if your city, town, township did not have one, get yourself a Statue of Liberty. Because when you're feeling low, we decided to gather there Sunday morning and just be together and think things over. And we're pondering, what should we do next? And this happened. Someone started singing a song. Next slide, please. Slide after that. Started singing We Shall Overcome. A classic from those who have gone before us and faced great struggle. This was their song. Now it is our song. Are you ready? Inhale. It's time. On 1, 2, 3. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe we shall overcome someday. Beautiful friends. How do you feel now? I tell you, that day at that moment, the facts of the situation had not changed. We still got problems. The outside world, next slide, please, still got big problems. But we were together. Next slide, please. We changed. Our hearts changed. We started talking. We started smiling. We started making plans. Terry Simpson started videoing people. Within a short time, we were back up. That's what singing did for us. I recommend you try it yourself. Anytime you find yourself, as FDR said, paralyzed by fear, that deadens the mind and prevents necessary action, start singing with friends. It's a good start. We went on talking for that day for an hour, maybe 2 hours. Then it was time to move on. We gathered for this photo, and we thought, before we go, we need something else to tie it off. We need something positive and loving. What shall we do? Next slide, please. We're saying America the Beautiful. Are you ready? On 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed his grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. And that took us in the fields. We just felt the love. Now, I couldn't hit all the notes, but it's not about being perfect. It's about putting it out there. Now, this is a beautiful song, and I do love the song. But as an expression of love for our country, it has a shortcoming. It's about the land. It's beautiful land. Beautiful land. But America is not the land. America has land. We have geography, absolutely. And we have people, also true. But again, conceived in liberty, dedicated to the proposition that all are equal. For some reason, our traditional patriotic songs don't cover that. This land is your land, this land is my land, wonderful song about the land, about dirt and sand and so forth. The Star-Spangled Banner, it's our national anthem. It's about a flag. Even Antonin Scalia says, the flag is good, the Constitution is far better. I thought, we need a song which is about our ideals and our people, which is about liberty and freedom and inclusion and all of us. We need to express our ideals. And so, for the No Kings event, I wrote this. Now, you're going to ask me how I wrote it. Okay. Well, I'll tell you, I started out as a computer programmer. I was a pretty good computer programmer in the days of punch cards. Then I went to law school, became a lawyer. And as a lawyer, I was a pretty good computer programmer. Okay. So I approached this problem knowing nothing about writing music, going, every module needs to have an objective. What's the objective of this song? Well, the idea is we are American. We have no king. So that's the fundamental phrase, the building block on which everything else goes. Put in some language, exploring the concept of inclusion and liberty, blah, blah, blah. And then the most useful part of all was I read it over and over to anyone who stood too close to me for too long. including my walking buddies. They heard it many times. True. Offered frank comments, which is what I needed and it needed. Eventually we got a lyric which was good enough, as Ms. Gorman says, not perfect, but it's putting it out there. Now we got one more problem. Not a musician. I can sing around a campfire like anybody, but the science of coming up with notes, that's a lot of work. It takes a lot of study. So we could spend 10 years, am I going to school and learning all that? Or I could use the internet to go and find a composer. And this is true. There was a Sunday. I was going to start on Monday. My task was to spend all the week finding a musician. But I couldn't do that Sunday because it was the birthday of a friend. We were having a murder mystery at a hotel in Seattle. So we're all at these tables, right? Someone gets stabbed, we're figuring it out. And we're having casual conversation. And what's the rule with the lyric when you're developing the lyric? Read it to anyone who stands too close to you for too long. So next to me is the spouse of a friend of my friend whose birthday was, and said, "How about?" And I go, "Well, look, I got this lyric." And she's, "Oh, that's okay, that'll do." And I says, "The only problem is I gotta find a composer." And she said, "Here's my card. This is what I do for a living." So that's Elizabeth Jennings. And not only does Elizabeth Jennings work with first-time songwriters, I recommend her services highly. She's worth whatever she charges, but she was also kind enough to come today electronically and sing the song. So are you able to fire it up? Here we go. Try singing along.
Were you here from the start or come over the sea? Our home is America, land of the free. Free to be different, to let our hearts sing. We are American, we have no king. We want no kings, no commissar. Democracy matters. That is who we are, a nation of law. Let freedom ring. We are American, we have no king. No nation is perfect, and neither are we. But we keep on trying, we dare to be free. Together we march, united we sing. We are American, we have no king. Yes, we are American, we have no king.
So friends, in a minute. You have a free to be different, to let our hearts sing. We are American, we have no king. Okay. All right. So can we play this one more time? Okay, all right. So everybody, now stand up. Do you want to come together around the, you don't want to come together. Okay.
Yeah, stretching, that's good.
Come.
Stretching helps.
Stretch. Okay, ready? Okay. Inhale, take a good breath and let her rip.
Were you here from the start or come over the sea? Our home is America, land of the free. Free to be different, to let our hearts sing. We are American, we have no king. We want no kings, no commissar. Democracy matters, that is who we are. A nation of law, let freedom ring. We are American, we have no king. No nation is perfect, and neither are we.
But we keep on trying, we dare to be free. Together we march, united we sing. We are American, we have no king. We are American, we have no king. Thank you.
But we keep on trying.
You're quick learners. That only took 20 minutes. Thank you so much.
Wait, that's it?
Oh, yes.
That's all you didn't have?
I
something
thought
else?
this would take much longer.
Ah,
You guys learn so quickly.
We just have got it going on.
So who here has a message they would like to put out? What is your, yeah? Like,
It's interesting to be deep at 6 a.m. in the morning, but it's just interesting because, like, kind of trying to reclaim the American identity in a way that's not like tying it. And it's like unfortunate because it has unfortunately been associated with some like toxic Americana, but it is the place that we live as well, and it is as much our country. We have every right to call ourselves American. Now it's just like, can we make the connotation of American our own again?
Yeah.
that is so powerful because it is really sad to me that can I use the F word? The fascists have stolen our country, our love of country. I mean, hugging the flag is a little weird, but it's our flag, our country, our ideal. But they take it without our ideals. They want the geography, they want the symbols, they want the lack of melanin. But we believe in liberty, inclusion, all that stuff. But it's hard. When West Seattle Indivisible did a Reclaim the Flag event, and that appealed to many people who are sort of in the middle, but they'd say, for instance, I had a friend who served in the Navy, and the flag was just super important to him. But at the same time, posters went up saying, hard to love a flag when it's dropping bombs on you. And you go, oh yeah. So I do not know how to thread that needle, but I know it's a needle we have to thread, because if we give the F people patriotism, well, we will lose. But, stop me if I'm going on and on, but love of country does not mean you have to hate anyone else. I myself personally have been in love many times. And I hope you have too. And when you fell in love with someone, does that make you want to hate everyone else? I hope not.
And even if you love something or someone, that could still mean that there might be parts of them or the thing that you're like, I hate that, but I still love the whole person or the whole. I mean, that's the same with the country. Just because we don't like some certain things about the country doesn't have to mean we throw it out with the bathwater. We can hate parts of it that we can work to make better and still love our country. I have a piece that I'm going to read. Really.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm
come on up.
sorry.
Okay. But she's so right. When we love people with their faults, and we recognize their faults. And sometimes people are so toxic, we can love them, but we cannot be with them. But I think that we can make America not toxic again. MATA, make America non-toxic. Time for Rachel. Time for Rachel. Thank you so much. And remember, you have a message. Get it out there because we want to hear it.
Thanks, Randy. Thanks, Randy. All right. What a way to wake up on a Sunday morning. How cool is that? I mean, we've got our mojo working, or whatever the term is. So I do want to look this up here. I do need to. Well, you know what I'll start with this. I wanted to finish up this. I was reading a Baker's Dozen recommendations on fighting fascism. And I made it to number 3 before it became 6 o'clock. And then it was Randy's time. So I stopped, but I will continue. I'll just finish up the 13, the Baker's Dozen. So we're at number 4 now. And number 4 is participate in or organize boycotts of companies that are enabling the Trump regime, starting with Elon Musk's X and Tesla, and any companies that, yes, any companies that advertise on Fox or on on X or on Fox News, as well as companies like Jeff Bezos's Washington Post and Amazon that have surrendered to Trump. So there are things that you can do. And it's not to say that a boycott is the whole thing and the only thing. It's one of the many things. It's one of the many ways we can do death by 1,000 cuts. You know, we can do little micro things and do 100 of them from 28 different directions, and that the effect will still be detrimental. And that's what we want. We want to cause some damage to him and his cronies. Okay, don't underestimate the effectiveness of consumer boycotts. Corporations invest heavily in their brand names and the goodwill associated with them. Loud, boisterous, attention-getting boycotts can harm brand names and reduce the prices of corporations' shares of stock. So there are ways, let's get them in their stock pocket there. Because they will understand that will definitely make sense to them, the money thing. Yes, right. That's right. It sure did. Okay, number 5, to the extent that you are able, fund groups that are litigating against Trump. Much of the action now is in the federal courts. We should all be deeply grateful to federal judges who are standing up to the Trump regime. The groups initiating litigation that I know and trust, I being Robert Reich, include the American Civil Liberties Union, Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics, Center for Biological Diversity, Environmental Defense Fund, Southern Poverty Law Center, and Common Cause. They can always use your help. Number 6, spread the truth. Get news through reliable sources and spread it. If you hear anyone spreading lies and Trump propaganda, including local media, contradict them with facts and their sources. Here are some of the sources I currently rely on for the truth. Democracy Now!, which is every weekday morning on KBCS at 8 o'clock, I think. Let's see. Business Insider, The New Yorker, The American Prospect, The Atlantic, Americans for Tax Fairness, Economic Policy Institute, Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, The Guardian, ProPublica, Labor Notes, The Lever, Popular Information, Heather Cox Richardson, and of course, this Substack, Robert Reich. 7, urge friends, relatives, and acquaintances to avoid Trump propaganda outlets such as Fox News, Newsmax, X, and increasingly Facebook and Instagram. Tisk, tisk on them. They are, it's true. I mean, I have accounts there, and it's just like anything you look at now. Remember that thing, Barbara, you sent me? So my friend sent me it was like a story. It was like a person was telling a story, and it had a picture that went with it. And I looked at it, I was looking, and then I tried to fact check it on Snopes or something. And it yes.
And what I discovered was they've been shared and shared.
Yes.
Including by several people that we know.
Sure. And, shared and shared and shared. If it's in a social circle, that's one thing, but it was shared among so many people that didn't know each other. And
at face value, they thought, oh, this is a really cool story.
right. Right. And the thing is, I didn't mind the sharing part, because that's what the social network is. You share things, and then if it gets tagged or something, it could go viral. It was the content of the story. It was the fact that there was a picture of a person, and then there was a story, and I don't even think the picture of the person went with that story. I really think it was fake. And
Rachel, I was thinking, if in fact it was true, that person's not going to want to have their picture.
Sure. Well, there were so many reasons. There were so many. The guy who posted it was different from the person who wrote it, and then claimed that it was told to somebody else, and it was so. I think it was fake. It just didn't add up. So that was on Facebook. So yes, increasingly fake news is coming up on Facebook. So these outlets that I just mentioned are filled with hateful bigotry and toxic and dangerous lies. For some people, these propaganda sources can also be addictive. Help the people you know wean themselves off of them. Pay absolutely no attention to anything Trump or his cabinet or his assistants or his spokespeople say. They're lying. Like every time he opens his mouth, it's a lie. 8, push for progressive measures in your community and state. Local and state governments retain significant power. Join groups that are moving your city or state forward toward protecting and enlarging voting rights, stricter and boy, oh boy, we need that here, because our vote by mail system is under attack from the Republicans right now, under actual attack. And we're probably a target for Trump, because if he knows that we're an all vote by mail state, I am sure he's going to target this state. Lobby, instigate, organize, and fundraise for progressive legislators. Yes. And endorse, by the way. Support progressive leaders and candidates. 9, encourage worker action. Most labor unions are on the right side, seeking to build worker power and resist repression. You can support them by joining picket lines and boycotts and encouraging employees to organize in places you patronize. 10, organize and mobilize for upcoming elections. Wherever you live, your organizing and mobilizing is critical. Even if you live in a red state or red district, you can help win back the state legislature, governorship, senators, and representatives. I guess that's a big check mark for us, isn't it? Check. We're doing that. Make sure that they stay in office. If the people that you represent or represent you are doing a good job. Okay, some of you are in districts that will be holding special congressional elections before the 2026 midterms. They are especially important. Some of you are in states like Texas that are redistricting to gerrymander additional Republican seats. Your loud and tenacious resistance is critical here as well. As to the 2026 midterms, make sure good people are running and support them with all you have. Yeah, we want to have elections in 2026. We want to make sure that's even going to happen, because I at this point, I have to even ask that question. 11, call your senators and representatives constantly. I've worked on, this is again, Robert talking. I've worked on Capitol Hill, and I know that senators and representatives keep count of how many calls they receive on any given topic. They give special weight to calls coming from their own constituents. So don't hold back. Call and call again and call again. If they're Republicans, tell them to get a spine and stop supporting Trump, or you'll make sure they're not reelected. If they're Dems, tell them to get more of a spine than they've shown to date. Okay. And then if you guys want to put this into your phones, the main Capitol switchboard number is 202-224-3121. Just put it in as a contact, and then you have it, and you can just every morning you get that phone and you just go, oops, speed dial, Capitol switchboard.
That's just 5 calls, number 5 calls.org.
Yes. That's like an organization that does, like, it's a phone tree kind of a thing, right?
So you put in your zip code, and it says, okay, here's the phone numbers to your 3.
Oh, okay.
2 senators and your rep.
Oh, okay. So then it's in one call, you can reach them all?
We only have to call them separately.
Oh, but they can put them all in one place for you. Okay, 5 calls. Good. All right. Okay, number 12, keep the faith. Do not give up on America. Remember, Trump eked out a narrow win, a tiny 1.5% plurality of people who voted. In the House, Republicans have a lead of only 7 seats out of 435. In the Senate, Republicans lead by 6 out of 100. Remember, Republicans lost half of 2024's competitive Senate races, including in 4 states Trump won. So just bear that in mind. We've just got to power through that. We can't give in to Trump and his neo-fascists or give up the fights for social justice, equal political rights, equal opportunity, and the rule of law. The forces of Trumpian repression would like nothing better than for us to give up. Then they'd win it all. We can't allow them to. We will never give up. 13, this is the baker's dozen. Beyond these, please be sure to find room in your life for joy, fun, and laughter. Do not let Trump and his darkness take you over. Just as it's important not to give up the fight, it's critically important to take care of yourself. And I bet you know about that, huh, Julie? Self-care, yep, and health and well-being. If you obsess about Trump and fall down the rabbit hole of outrage, worry, and anxiety, you'll burn out and won't be able to keep fighting. So we need you in best fighting shape. So those are your 13. Chris, you were ready to go, weren't you? No, I'm done. That was my baker's dozen. I have one more thing I wanted to read, but oh, okay. All right. I just got to find it. Okay. No, 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 no. Okay, that. All right. Arnold Booker. Is this it? Okay. All right. So this may not take too long, Chris. I got an email from somebody who was very upset about the fact that, and I had asked her if she wanted to participate in this event, Bend It Like Booker. And she initially said yes. And then she, I guess, had some time to reflect, and she wrote me back and she said, I am not happy with some of the votes that Senator Booker has taken, especially on the situation with arms to Israel and the Gaza situation. So she said, I don't want to be involved anymore because I don't like who he is. I don't like the votes he's taken, and I don't want to be associated with an event that bears his name. And at first I thought, I'm not going to try to fight you on this because that's how you feel, and I respect how you feel. And then I thought about it some more, and I was like, I want to respond to this because I really feel strongly about why I organized this. And so I wrote back, and it turned into a pretty involved email, but I just want to read it because I really want to be clear to everyone, if we ever do this again, about why I organized this event. Okay, so I understand that you have, so this is me responding to her email. I understand that you have strong feelings about certain votes and positions that Senator Booker has taken regarding arms to Israel, and that because of these votes, you feel he does not stand for your values and you do not want to participate in Bend It Like Booker. This is a dilemma that I struggle with as well, and I don't always know if there is a clear-cut answer. As Americans, we all have to face hard questions and agonizing dilemmas on a regular basis if we choose to live in America when it comes to our country's history and its policies. And many of us choose not to face these difficult questions at all, while some of us seek to respond to those questions based on what we believe and what we stand for. This country is such a complex jumble of wonderful things and abjectly horrible things, and they all exist at the same time. So sometimes it's hard to separate them out. How do you love a country that has supported such terrible policies domestically and around the world, such as slavery, human rights violations, Citizens United, and slow walking progress on climate change? And how do you hate a country that is responsible for producing such stunning progress in science, literature, the arts, entertainment, and technology? And a country that is home to some of the most beautiful, pristine natural landscapes in the world? And a country whose constitution allows us freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of the press, and freedom to peacefully and publicly gather and protest? Are those questions that can even be answered? If we do choose to address a specific issue, it takes a lot of courage and a lot of soul searching to hold on to our own North Star and feel good about how we respond to certain issues, policies, or actions taken by our leaders. I believe that one of the benefits of living in America is our constitutional right to bring forward our grievances and speak freely to our elected leaders if we feel they are not representing us fairly or appropriately. This is not a right to be taken lightly. And I know that you and I take full advantage of that right as much as we can. That right is on the verge of being robbed from us by the person in the White House. On April 1st, 2025, Senator Booker broke the record for the longest individual floor speech ever delivered, which is an achievement not to be taken lightly. This speech surpassed the previous record set by Strom Thurmond of South Carolina, who filibustered for 24 hours and 18 minutes against the Civil Rights Act of 1957. There is some undeniable poetic justice in Booker's achievement, considering who Booker is and whose record he beat. In March of 2025, when it seemed everyone was paralyzed as Trump ran roughshod over centuries of norms and rules and laws that have been part of our American democracy, Booker stood up and did something. He resisted. He said no to Trump. And he didn't just say no, he said no for 25 plus hours, because that is a right and duty bestowed on us and our elected representatives to speak on our behalf. He spoke longer than anyone had ever spoken on the Senate floor, 25 hours and 5 minutes. And he spoke not only for himself for over 25 hours, but he read 200 stories sent to him by Americans from all over the country, because he knew that Americans are being harmed by Trump's actions. And for those 25 plus hours, he gave a voice to the voiceless. That is one of the reasons why I am organizing this event. I was inspired by the fact that Booker knew that Americans were scared, angry, confused, overwhelmed, and being decisively ignored by Trump. And he decided to do something about it. By speaking out loud on the Senate floor, he decided that this was a way that he could speak for us and to us and address our fear and our anger, to break the paralysis that seemed to be gripping the country. He was the first Democrat who stepped up on a national level on behalf of the American people. That is why I was inspired by Senator Booker, because like him, I am an elected leader in the Democratic Party. And like him, I felt like I needed to do something for my community, for our community. With Bend It Like Booker, I am seeking to give the community the mic so they can tell their stories. And by attending this event, we can learn about our neighbors and what they are going through. And they can learn about us and what we are going through. And by learning about each other together, we can share resources with each other, enumerate what we have in common with each other, and decide together that we have the power to say no, to shout no, to crystallize our power and use that power to fight back against the authoritarian regime that is trying to shove its reckless and dangerous policies onto us. And with that empowerment, we find in ourselves that gives us the strength and motivation to take steps to restore our democracy, which is being pummeled by Trump. In my mind, the goal of Bend It Like Booker was not to put Booker up on a pedestal and ignore the votes he has taken that we don't agree with. The goal and vision in my mind is to look at the action he took on behalf of the American people on March 31st to April 1st, to uplift us all. And it was no small or easy action to do what he did. He chose to stretch himself to his physical, mental, and emotional limits in service of all American people, to let us know that we are not alone and that someone in the Democratic Party leadership hears them, understands them, and would step up to show an example of leadership to this country, to its people, and to our democracy. Booker's action was energizing and inspiring, Hundreds of millions responded, not only from this country, but from around the world, which shows that what he did had a positive and wide-ranging effect. I wanted to create our own event for our own community that anyone can join in on, and that those of us who choose to can leave the lights on and stay up all day and all night, stretching the limits of our bodies, our minds, our hearts, and our souls as far as we can, and maybe beyond, all in service to our neighbors, our community, and on a more big picture level, discovering what we can do to be the best leaders possible in our fight against fascism and the attempted takeover of our country that we love, that we sometimes hate, a country that we are confused by, frustrated by, and inspired by. I have no intention of trying to make you change your mind or put yourself in a position where you feel uncomfortable. But I did want to be crystal clear about why I organized Bend It Like Booker. And if that was not clear to you when I invited you to speak, then that's on me, and I apologize for that. I hope that even if you are not wanting to participate in the event as a speaker, that you still might consider coming to the event or live streaming it, because what you will find is that uplifting and celebrating our community and giving a voice to the traditionally unheard is one of the best ways that we can lead as Democrats, by empowering folks to engage civically and ultimately politically, to fight like hell together to protect this country that we are continually aspiring to be proud of, to extol, and to save. Do you want to take the? We've got somebody at 7, but I mean, if you want to just. I know. I was just thinking, if I mean, we have 10 minutes, and I would give you the mic. 10 minutes. I mean, well, we've got a 7 o'clock, so I mean, that's and we also have some folks, I think, from now. I know, but well, I would just have to push everything. Let me just check here. Go. See.
She's checking. Divided in half. Go, Chris, go.
All right.
I don't know how much you know about what's going on in the outside world. I've been away for 6 hours. Well, I mean,
Floating in
he hasn't physically.
Could you introduce yourself? 'Cause I'm sorry. I'm sure it wants you.
Hello, my name is Chris Porter, and I'm a member of the 34th Democrats. I'm also a conservationist, a beekeeper, someone who loves to cook, and apparently didn't mind getting out of bed at 6 o'clock to be here, having been out all night long. And I was here last night at 9:15, 9:30 to speak as well. And I spoke about what it is to work in a nonprofit and the changes in administration that made that difficult. And I'm back this morning to talk about what it's like being a member of the LGBTQ plus community in the changes we're facing and what can be done. I was really inspired by Rachel's letter in response because I think one of the easiest ways to back out of your voice is to say things like, well, I don't agree with that person and I don't agree with what they stand for. Therefore, I'm not going to use my voice, one of the most powerful tools that we have. And so I'll begin by saying I think it was 1954, there was a bombing of a church in, Birmingham, thank you, Alabama. And the other story that rarely gets told is that bombing sent a message to those protesters saying, you must stop. We'll go as far as killing your children. You must stop. And despite that, those parents got up, went back out to the street and protested and said, oh, no, we won't. Despite, I think, to anyone who has a child, who knows children, is the most chilling and stopping thing is to have that child taken from you, particularly through an act of terrorism. But they got up and they continued to protest. And to that, I say, when something like that doesn't happen, your silence is our trauma. And we have to remember that. So when we back out on things like I refuse to participate because of A, B, C, and D, particularly on critical issues like we're facing today, that silence is someone's trauma. So in 1969, talk about the Stonewall riots. Because they could no longer live with the trauma inflicted upon them, not only by the actions of those in power, but also the silence of others. That is why that event is etched in history. They got up and, despite tremendous risk, continued to use their voice. Again, our silence is someone's trauma. So last night I was at an event called the Pacific Northwest Black Pride. And when I moved here and the first time that I heard that, I thought, well, we already have a pride. Overlooking that, particularly for trans individuals, it's been a difficult road. It continues to be a difficult road, and it's getting more difficult. And so here's this event that within the Black community uplifts and celebrates those of us through what was really it's been a fun 3 days, but tiring. It's really kind of hard to continue partying 2-3 days in a row. Anyway, thank you, Ann, at my age. It's difficult at any age. We just don't acknowledge it when we're younger. At any rate, that event highlights the refusal to remain silent, the refusal to settle with status quo and to sort of get along to go along, because that in this administration does not work. I hate when this phone goes to sleep. So we jump ahead to 1994, and President Clinton institutes a policy affirmed through Congress: don't ask, don't tell in the military. And I joined the military several years after that, but the policy was still in place. And it seemingly on the face looked like this was a good work, that as long as you say nothing, remain silent about who you are, how you're authentic, and who you love, you're okay to stay in the military. And I have to tell you, it did not work. And it did not work, and I got out of the military because of that. And I realized how that policy ended up taking folks like me and further backing us into a corner. One of the things probably not as well understood unless you've been in the military is how insular the culture is. So when a single male officer presents, they're like, this is an opportunity, as it is for other single officers. And in the course of the time that I was there were 3 marriage proposals presented to me, which were from females, which was never going to happen. And I realized that I had to do something, because the only way out of this was that I would have to acknowledge who I was, to stop the chatter, to stop the corner I was being backed into. And that's because squarely of this policy. And when I had joined, I just thought, oh, well, he's come up with a way that I guess will make this work. And it didn't. And so I couldn't remain silent. I couldn't remain silent to get along because it was never going to work. We jump ahead to 2006, and that particular year of elections was really stunning. There were over something like 1,000 laws or laws being proposed in that year across the state, heading up to the midterm elections that year, directly impacting LGBTQ plus members. And we were served as easy election fodder because of the dynamics of midterm elections and the messaging, the horrible messaging behind that. We in this party have a problem, or I shouldn't say a problem, we in this party have sort of a low in midterm elections. We don't turn out as well as we could, particularly given the other party. And I don't blame the Democratic Party, but through not voting, that silence became our trauma. We jump ahead to, I forget the year that domestic partnership became available in Washington State. Now, I have to say we clap, but it is everything except the rights, responsibilities, and protection that every other person could enjoy if they so desired and were enjoying as they were married. So I applaud that the state of Washington was making progress, and yet that progress was not enough. So in 2012, we actually did make that progress. The state of Washington affirmed marriage equality. And for that, it is worthy of applause. And I have to share with you that in that applause, what it meant to me is that as a member of the LGBTQ plus community, I had to go out and convince other voters that it was worth their time to check the box to extend those rights to me. And I don't recall any other group ever having to do that in the course of it. So yes, it was clearly a huge step, but never forget what it took. Essentially, the, if you will, begging the constant stories to convince people that this right was worthy of extending to someone else.
So Chris, how many minutes do you have left?
Oh, I think I can, 5? I think I can get this wrapped up.
I've got another like place if we want to do it.
What's the place? What time?
It is at literally everything is back to back until 8:30.
Good, because I'm gonna go sleep in the car. So
Yeah.
back at 8:30 for part 2.
Me too. Thank you. We'll see you then.
Okay. The receiver on. Oh, is it not?
Just need, like, I want the battery to go up.
Oh, okay.
Because it's been running
This is
now
our
since-
final 4 hours.
Yeah.
Yikes.
It's been running now since.
And Terry, what is this? Oh, for you. Okay.
And- Okay.
Perfect. All right, just switching out the batteries for our final 4 hours and 15 minutes. And the wonderful guests do not stop. We're going. Okay, friends. Wait, no, let me do this. Oh, sorry, guys. All right, just 1 second here. Sorry. Okay, here we go. All right. All right, friends. Our next speaker for the 7 o'clock hour is none other than, gosh, again, such a unique aspect of our community about to be represented. I am pleased to introduce you to Sydney Florianzia, who's going to be talking about the intersectionality in science, a woman in science, a Black engineer, and a proponent of faith. Sydney is an award-winning science communicator and advocate for diversity, accessibility, and equity in STEM. She has shared her experiences as a Black woman in engineering in a TEDx Teen Talk, a Chevron Super Bowl commercial, news articles, and podcasts, and much more. You are going to just have a treat here, folks. I would like to warmly welcome, so put your hands together for Sydney Florianzia.
All righty. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Biology, and really the entirety of the natural world, is inherently and beautifully diverse. And if you believe in an intelligent and intentional creator, as I do, then the logical conclusion must be that this creator intentionally created this diversity. It also means that acknowledging, including, embracing, and celebrating this diversity must be one way to actually follow his heart. However, even just the word diversity joins words like equity and inclusion and many, many others on a list of words that are banned from scientific grant proposals. In a country where freedom and freedom of speech are ingrained in the very fabric of our national identity, I am not free to discuss or describe the aspects of my scientific work that made me want to study it in the first place. You see, I am a scientist. Thank you, thank you. Well, technically an engineer and technically a trainee or PhD candidate doing research in neuroscience with a splash of cell and vascular biology. I'm currently working in the disease-directed engineering lab of Elizabeth Nance here in Seattle at the University of Washington. In this lab, our work centers around the goal of understanding and treating brain disease in newborns. And we do this by focusing on a spectrum of diseases caused by neonatal hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy. And now this affects 9,000 to 12,000 babies in the US each year and contributes to 8% of childhood deaths worldwide. These days, instead of dedicating all of our brain power to solving these challenges and thinking up new solutions, we have to go through mental jumping jacks to ensure we aren't using certain words. An example of this, I study what's called the blood-brain barrier, which is a group of cells that form a protective barrier for your brain against toxins or other substances. Barrier is on the list of banned words. Because, of course, of the very real barriers and challenges that people face in pursuit of opportunities that we're not allowed to talk about. So we're doing this grant writing gymnastics just to maybe get funding from the government, funding that is continuously being delayed and full on disappearing with executive orders every day. Delays in funding for science means delays in this work. Delays that not every baby that's affected by a brain disease can afford. Delays in funding for science are delays in lives saved. Biomedical research has brought us a multitude of life-saving innovations, from penicillin to pasteurization. But the challenges we are tackling today are increasingly complex and thus increasingly require interdisciplinary collaboration. Our teams need people who know which molecular assays to run, someone who can perform the various techniques, someone who can acquire the images, someone who can write the code to analyze the scores of data we're generating. We need people with training across a range of disciplines. Or, in other words, we need scientific teams to be diverse. I arrive at this point again because in all of the vitriol being spewed against evil, discriminatory DEI, I believe we've lost the plot. We've lost the meanings of the words diversity, equity, and inclusion entirely. Yet, we are surrounded by examples that prove the necessity of diversity. We have bees that lean on flowers for nectar, and flowers that depend on these bees to produce the next generation. If all the bees were flowers, and we only had flowers, they could not reproduce. Trees and wild creatures are in constant exchange of oxygen and CO2. But one of the best examples for diversity actually comes from the Bible. It's a fairly long passage, but I'll give you some highlights from 1 Corinthians 12. And so, the body, the human body, is not made up of one part, but of many. If the whole body were an eye, where would the sense of hearing be? If the whole body were an ear, where would the sense of smell be? But in fact, God has placed the parts in the body, every one of them, just as he wanted them to be. And the eye cannot say to the hand, I don't need you. And the head cannot say to the feet, I don't need you. On the contrary, those parts of the body that seem to be weaker are in fact indispensable. And the parts that we think are less honorable, we treat with special honor. Now, by now, you may have guessed, but I'm going to spell it out even still. I am a scientist. I am a Christian. I am a champion for diversity. And no, I do not believe that any of my identities invalidate the others. They combine to grant me my unique perspective. I am able to advocate for science and hold space for faith. My faith drives me to use my gifts to serve others. I serve others by searching for cures. And in the case of equity, well, I'm not certain many people understood the meaning of the word to begin with and why the heck equality for all does not suffice. So allow me to tell a really quick true story that I think really truly drives this home. So I was in lab one day with my lab mate, Brendan. Brendan is 6'4". That's a full foot taller than me. And we're walking over to the centrifuges, and he trips over our step stool. And annoyed by this obstruction, he's like, "Why do we even have this?" And I couldn't help but laugh, because my 5'4" self uses that stool on the daily to reach my lab chemicals. But see, tall Brendan has never had problems reaching these heights, and so he couldn't conceptualize why this assistive device was even needed. And he wasn't being malicious, and it's not his fault. He just simply did not experience my reality. And so when support for minorities entering STEM spaces is attacked and labeled as evil DEI, I often think back to this step stool example. For people whose identities have afforded them the privilege of seeing themselves represented in spaces, having generational wealth or education, and not having to continuously prove that they actually deserve to be in their spot. For these people, DEI support can seem like an extra leg up. But in reality, you cannot fill a cup that is already overflowing. I stand before you today, a product of initiatives dedicated to increasing access to STEM for women and people of color, or programs that have provided this metaphorical step stool. All you may see is a travel grant for a conference. But what you don't see is the constant code switching and self-policing I've had to practice in the workplace for years to not sound too Black or be too much. What you don't see is me struggling to connect across cultural barriers that have at times caused me to feel ostracized and unable to ask for help. What you don't see is me grieving for my community, unfairly imprisoned and struck down on national television while I worry for my own family, yet attempt to carry on with business as usual. Finding and learning from scientists that share these identities and have faced similar challenges has been critical for me to be able to persist in my graduate program. But the communities and financial support mechanisms that allowed these connections to be made are vanishing. The resources for the next generation of scientists are seemingly being systematically stripped away. We exist at the intersections of our identities. My lived experience as a Black woman, as a Christian, as a musician, as a storyteller, all come together to influence my identity as a scientist. As a descendant of slaves, the resilience built from surviving through the plantation era and the Jim Crow South is written in my DNA, empowers me through the hurdles of hidden curriculum, through imposter syndrome, and through the normal trials of a PhD. By watching the journeys of my grandmothers, I understand how access to education and opportunities can completely change one's trajectories, which fuels my work creating access to STEM for others. And the lack of accessibility in STEM is partially on us as scientists. Yes, the government is cutting our funding while loudly presenting incorrect science facts as truth. But how are we supposed to expect the public to dive deep into the literature and evaluate the science for themselves when our articles are full of field-specific jargon and often locked behind a steep paywall? It's our responsibility as scientists to break out of our silos every once in a while and bring our science out of the lab and to the people it affects, to the people who are voting, and to the people who are looking for truth. I routinely draw on my identities and experiences in musical theater to effectively communicate complicated science topics to children and adults and make textbook material come to life and inspire the next generation. I believe there is immense value in dialogue across different perspectives. I want to engage with people who disagree with me. And I think many of us, though seemingly on opposite positions on certain matters, at our core, we want the same things. We agree on the what. We want the best people in jobs. We want good, rigorous science. We want cures for diseases for ourselves and our loved ones. It's the how we get the what that sparks differences in opinion. But regardless, the conversations need to be had. And it's going to take more nuance than regurgitating the same talking points back and forth. It will take active engagement on both sides to understand how each person's valid lived experiences are contributing to their beliefs. Whether it's solving math problems in grade school or practicing progressive overload through increasing your weight in the gym, we do grow through periods of discomfort. And this includes the discomfort of finding flaws in your logic and challenging your current ways of thinking through discussion with someone else. Now, going beyond acknowledging our diversity and accepting our differences, inclusion means intentionally creating space for these differences to exist. It means listening across the aisle. It means making paths smooth for everyone, regardless of their background. It has never been to place one group above the other. Inclusion means not only does everyone have a path to and seat at the table, but they feel welcome to be there. It is not having your seat taken by someone else. It's bringing another chair. And you may also need to build a bigger table. The body needs the eye and the ear. I am a hub of intersections, a human link of unlike things. And as such, I approach problem solving and science in the same way, looking for connections and relationships and interactions between cells, molecular signals, the extracellular environment, and other factors that may just uncover the secret to treating brain disease. But unfortunately, the priorities and false victimhood of the current administration ultimately call for the end of the intersectional scientist. This then drains the power from scientific teams that rely on the perspectives of people with varied lived experiences to birth new ideas, new solutions, and new cures. Okay, to switch gears just a little bit here, let's say you heard everything I just said, but you still don't think diversity, equity, and inclusion are necessary in general, and much less so in science. You might be wishing you could tell me to just stick to my science day job. I wish it was that easy. I work as a chemical engineer in biomedical research. This means I am trained to make strategic plans to execute experiments and investigate questions in our field. But it also means I operate based off the timelines of living things. But even my expert logistics cannot account for the significant unexpected delays we faced this year due to tariffs affecting the delivery of critical research supplies. We were this close to finishing the data for a paper about nanoparticles with therapeutic potential in treating newborn brain disease when the shipping date for the materials for our last experiment were delayed 3 months. The materials did arrive, but well after the lead student author would graduate, rendering the experiments incomplete, the paper unpublished, and the potential therapeutic potentially not seeing the light of day. I have flat out seen suppliers post on their website about materials that we would routinely purchase, about how they were no longer available to be shipped to your country. All the while, we are also being saddled with additional steps for every purchase, having to write justifications for their use. We are just trying to heal sick babies. Please let us. And this is, of course, just my story. There are many labs in much worse situations, having to cancel studies in year 4 of 5, just on the verge of life-changing breakthroughs, while other labs have had to shut down entirely, causing all trainees and research staff, many of whom have families to support, to be laid off. And please don't mishear me. I am endlessly grateful for the privilege to attempt a PhD. And while I am enamored with my thesis topic of the blood-brain barrier, I'm motivated by the desire for the discovery, and I feel called to help others through life-changing medicine. I am still a trainee, and in a little over a year, I will need to start a full-time job in a market where there are seemingly no jobs to be found. I have peers who applied to 200-300 jobs to get 3 callbacks and 1 offer. Scientists employed at the CDC were hiding from gunfire from a man motivated by incorrect information. So yeah, morale and hope for the young scientist right now is quite low. But my parents and their generation remind me that we have been here before. It may not have been as swift or blindsiding, but we survived and will again. We gather in community as we are here today. We share our stories, share our trials, and rise with collective action. We lose our power by staying silent. We empower one another by speaking our truth. We cannot continue to stand by through the dismantling of the scientific enterprise and the disenfranchisement of members of our American community. We have to work together to build a new American dream. I have described the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion in society, and specifically in science. I have tried to showcase how the current policies are affecting my day-to-day. But before I close, I want to take a brief moment to specifically address the taxpayers. Why invest taxes in exploratory science? Why should I fund you looking at butterflies mating? Because a tiny step forward in one field can cause an avalanche of impact in another. It is impossible to know the ending of the story from the beginning, and while you may not see the need for some of the seemingly random topics people are studying, the invention that is made using that eventual finding may end up being in your daily use. History has shown us that investing in science pays off to increase our national reputation, our economy, and to benefit your daily life. Intersectionality, as a scientist, is my superpower. And if we, the people of these United States of America, can embrace our differences, truly listen to one another, intertwine and leverage our unique gifts for a common purpose, then we can truly make America great.
Hi there. All right, are you ready? Okay. Well, thank you, Sydney. Our next guest is coming right up to continue the resistance and the fight back and the excellent resources and information that can be very, very helpful to us at this time in the moment. Steve Bach is going to be talking to us about Social Security and what the cuts will mean. Steve Bach has spent most of his career focusing on hunger and poverty issues, including 26 years as Director of Public Policy and Partner Program Relations for Northwest Harvest. Currently, he serves on the board of directors for Puget Sound Advocates for Retirement Action, or PASARA, and co-chairs their Social Security Task Force. Friends, and here and in live stream land, please do a loud, nice welcome for Steve Bach.
Thank you. It's good to be here. And it's sort of overwhelming to hear speech after speech about all of the incredible things that are being done to destroy our country. And Social Security got a lot of attention right up front with the announcement by the Department of Greed and Evil that they were going to find all the fraud in Social Security. Remember that? Well, the Oversight Committee for Social Security did a report that they determined that the improper payments rate of Social Security was about 0.3%. And they said a small sliver of that 0.3% was actually fraud. Do you remember them finding any fraud? I don't. I never heard, because there really isn't fraud in Social Security. But that wasn't the purpose. The purpose was to underwrite support for Social Security. On April 1st, the regime announced that the 10 regional offices for Social Security were going to be cut down to 4. And recently we got access to a blog by someone who still works at Social Security in the regional office. We confirmed that she actually was a worker in the regional office. She said in her office, when that consolidation happened, the staffing went from 550 to 24. Those 24 workers are responsible for providing a variety of critical support to 10,000 employees across 20 states. She said they can't even do triage at that. They're in free fall and have no sense of a bottom. A lot of those staff were assigned from the regional office. They were forced to take demotions to field staff in field offices to cover some of the shortages there. But those shortages are still, field offices have had staff cut 20% as well. And that's when there was already a shortage of staff. Historically, the staff has been, the funding for Social Security Administration has been about 1.2% of overall costs. It got down way below 1%. Biden administration had proposed for 2025 to raise it up, not to full staffing, but at least better staffing. Instead, we're in a critical, an unbelievable situation of shortage of staff in Social Security. People, there's also been various rule changes that require people to go into the office for an appointment. But you can't just walk into an office, you have to make an appointment. And if you want to make an appointment online, now there is a new procedure that you have to go through a process of having a photo or facial recognition software take a picture of you, which is going to be a barrier for a lot of people. If you try to call, you're most likely to get AI that goes in a circle to you never see a person. Over 50% of people that call never get to a real person. And if they do, it can take hours and hours and hours. And then if you do get an appointment, the average is a month out to get an appointment. Now, ostensibly, this is the name of cutting waste in the government. But the reality is the Social Security funds, administrative funds, don't come out of the federal budget. They come out of the money we pay in to Social Security. And to raise to full funding would mean each of us, on average, it would cost us about $5 a month change in benefit levels to have absolutely full funding for Social Security. Now, the all-out war that's going on in Social Security now is unprecedented, but it's not a wholly new thing. When Social Security was first passed in 1935, the next year, Alf Landon ran for the Republican presidential candidate. He ran on a platform that Social Security was going to destroy the country, is going to bankrupt the country, is going to erode the moral fiber of people and their incentive to work. Alf Landon was crushed in one of the biggest landslides in electoral history. And over time, there became bipartisan support for Social Security. In 1954, Dwight Eisenhower wrote a letter to his brother, and he said, you know, should any political party attempt to abolish Social Security, they would never be heard from again. But he said, there's this splinter group of mostly Texas oil billionaires and a few others who believe that it should be abolished. And they are negligible in number and stupid. Well, fast forward to the 1980s, and the Cato Institute in 1983 came out with a manifesto, and they called for a Leninist strategy of guerrilla warfare on Social Security and those who support it. And I would argue that they have been largely successful in eroding confidence in Social Security. How many of you know someone who, particularly younger people, who say, you know, Social Security isn't going to be there for me anyway? Anyone know that? We've all heard it. And that message has been constantly portrayed. They've been successful because they've engaged in a number of big lies. One is that Social Security is an entitlement program. What that means is that people, whether they have earned it or not, get the benefit. You recall how, and that's why this focus on fraud was there, to try to, not because there was fraud, but to communicate to people there are people getting benefits who don't deserve them. They're taking our money and getting those benefits. There's also constant rhetoric about Social Security going bankrupt or causing the federal debt and deficit. Social Security is 100% self-funded. By law, it can never go bankrupt. It can only pay out what it takes in. And it has nothing to do with the federal budget. But and I would have to say, even Democrats, a lot of them have bought that line until very, very recently. And the other is that to try to convince us that Social Security is just a retirement savings program that doesn't have a very good rate of return. And it is true. Social Security invests in special issue government bonds, federal bonds, as a safe form of investment where we can guarantee that the money will be there when we need it. But they want to convince us that it should be turned into a private savings fund that can be invested with their taking management fees out of it to take our money. So how do we think about Social Security? I like to think about when I first went to work. When I first went to work, I had no idea what I was going to be doing on the long term. Certainly had no idea when I was going to retire, how long I was going to live, or what resources I would have. I didn't know if somewhere along the way I was going to get disabled. And 2/3 of workers have no other form of disability insurance besides Social Security. And I didn't know if I would die and leave young dependents. That happened to my wife. Her father died when she was 9, and the family's only source of income for a good number of years was Social Security. It was critical to their survival. Social Security is an insurance system that provides for us to have a basic source of income in all those situations. You know, we pay into FICA. Well, FICA is the Federal Insurance Commission Act. It is specifically identified as insurance, and it is a pooling of our resources so that we all have some basic form of sustenance in all those variety of situations. Now, Social Security, you know, we think of just folks as we get to be 65, but it covers a huge proportion of our society. 30% of the families, households in Washington State receive Social Security. That amounts to $30 billion a year into our economy in benefits. There is, however, a funding issue for Social Security. And I'm sure those of you have heard that Social Security is going to run out of money in now about 8 years, they're saying. Well, to understand that, we need to go back a bit. In 1980, the early 80s, well, in the 70s, we had a position of stagflation where we had high inflation, high unemployment, and stagnant wages. And at the same time, the COLA on Social Security had been introduced for the first time. The result was there was less money coming into Social Security, and because the COLA was not done in the right way, it actually over-adjusted for costs, and it led to a position in the early 80s where Social Security really was in serious financial shape. So a Social Security Act was passed in 1983, and they could have raised revenue by making the rich pay their fair share. They didn't do that. They mostly did cuts. They did a little bit of increase in revenue. But the actuarials at that time said that solution would mean that Social Security would be healthy and solvent into the farthest foreseeable future. Social Security is, by law, has to plan 75 years out into the future. And they've really done a very good job. I've gone back and looked at their projections from various points in history. And people say, well, the problem now is because of all those greedy baby boomers retiring, or it's because of our falling birth rate. Actually, they did a very good job of projecting both of those. That's not the issue. That's not why we have a problem. There's one thing that they weren't able to plan for, and that is the enormous theft of wages that's happened over the last 40 years. Up until 40 years ago, productivity in the country and wages tracked right very, very closely. When productivity went up, wages went up. Those began to diverge radically since then. And over the last 40 years, virtually all the growth in productivity has gone to people at the very top. To give you an idea of what that means, there was a study done just a couple of years ago. The average worker, if wages had kept up with productivity, would earn double their salary. Double. And even at the 95th percentile of wages, they would be earning more. In other words, it's the 1% that has stolen virtually all of the productivity in our country. And that's a message that we need to let people know. And that is why a whole lot of the things that we're seeing is at the fundamental basis of them. But that theft of wages means that there is not as much revenue coming into Social Security because you only pay Social Security on the first $176,100 of income. And there's a growing portion earning a whole lot more than that, who are paying nothing in Social Security. I used to say, you know, when Russell Wilson was the quarterback of the Seahawks, he paid into Social Security about 2 days a year. All of the rest of his wages, he paid nothing into Social Security. Now, although the actuaries didn't foresee this in the 1980s, they soon realized what was happening, and they've known about this issue for 30 years. And frankly, both parties have just sort of ignored it. But in 30 years ago, if they had agreed to scrap the cap so that Social Security was taken out of all wages, and by the way, you know, FICA also covers part of Medicare. The Medicare part does not have that income cap on it. And in fact, there's a surcharge on the very wealthy instead. So but we have the cap for Social Security. But if it had been eliminated 30 years ago, there would be absolutely no problem at all. And we could increase benefits. But at this point, scrapping this cap is still an essential part of what we need to do for Social Security. It won't totally solve the problem, but it'll go a long way toward doing it. And we need to insist that that happen and that we not allow billionaires to take the money out of our pockets and our earned Social Security benefits. Now, we live in an area with representatives who understand this very well. I was just in a meeting with Adam Smith last week, and we talked about this, and he gets it. He knows what the issues are and what needs to happen. Pramila Jayapal has been on a lead on this in a lot of ways. But all of us have families, connections in other areas. And even in our own area, we need to convince young people that this is something that they should pay attention to. We need to counter those lies and let people know that Social Security is self-funded, that this is a fundamental insurance program. It's the heart of our social welfare system in the country and vital, and that it is being systematically destroyed. And the goal is really to destroy it. Martin O'Malley, who was the head of Social Security under the Biden administration, says that he feels the system is going to collapse. And I would just say, those of you who are on Social Security, you need to make sure you have your award letter. Every year there's an award letter sent out that tells you how much you're to get for the year. That comes in a hard copy, but you can also access it through My Social Security. As I said earlier, that's become harder to access, and you need to be somewhat computer savvy to do it. But having that award letter may be critical because there may well be gaps in payments along the way or mistakes in payments because the system is in such chaos. So I would just say that having documentation of what you're supposed to get is really important at this time. But the most important, I say, is sharing how important this is, sharing stories from our own families. I say my wife family, this was critical for their survival. I also heard stories growing up about my great-grandfather who lost his sight in a work accident. There was no Social Security, there was no workers' comp, there was no unemployment. He lived in an unheated basement of my grandmother's house, sitting in a rocking chair next to the furnace to keep warm the rest of his life. We need to remember what life was like without Social Security. And a private retirement savings account simply will not do the same things for us at all. So there are a couple bills that John Larson, the head person in Congress on Social Security, has put forward just in the immediate time. One is keeping field offices open, and another is regarding protecting our Social Security data, although that is so compromised at this point, I'm not sure what we could do because DOJ has been allowed access to virtually all of our information. But we need, on this and so many fronts, to share how this is important in our lives and make connections with people in areas that don't have Congress people like ours to make sure. And people, Social Security is overwhelmingly popular. Overwhelmingly, Republicans as well as Democrats, it doesn't matter. We just need to make sure people know the truth about what is happening on this critical issue. It looks like there's a little time if people have any questions or comments. Yeah.
I have a couple of questions. I'm sorry, I should have known the answers to this. Two. One, is the cap being indexed? Has it risen in recent years?
Yes, it's indexed every year.
Okay. Because to me, this would be such an easy way to get rid of, or at least
Yeah.
the problems. It's ridiculous.
It is.
My second question is, people at the very, is there a limit to the amount of Social Security that's going to draw? In other words,
Yes. Yes. And the calculation is set so that those at the bottom receive the greatest portion of their earnings over the year. So it is skewed to those who need it most. But yeah. Yeah.
And like myself, I should know the answer to, but likely does not apply to forms of income such as stock appreciation.
Right. And it also, a lot of wealthy individuals set up financial mechanisms where they don't receive a salary, and addressing some of those specific kinds of loopholes could also raise more money also for the hospital trust fund under Medicare as well as for Social Security. And that's very doable as well. Any other? Well, I thank you for doing this. I think it's great, and I hope everyone hasn't gotten too depressed. We need to fight and ensure that those billionaires don't steal our country blind.
So Steve, I actually just have a very quick question.
Yeah.
Do you have any sort of resources or final call to action kind of things that we can do? I mean, do we have a chance to claw back any of this?
It depends on mass mobilization and really helping people understand how important this is. Alex Lawson, the head of Social Security, just did a tour of Montana, and he got enormous support in that. So we need to wake people up across the country on this. And say everyone loves Social Security. So it's just,
Eyes open, or like
Yeah.
specific places we can go, or
well,
call? Or
I would encourage you to, if join PASARA. We have a newsletter that goes out every month, and there's been several good articles on Social Security the last several issues, and there are constant information. But I say, in terms of immediate, obviously nothing's going to get through Congress right now with our crazy Congress, but it's part of whether it's on scientific research issues or with Social Security, just hammering on what's going on, and especially with people we know outside of our circle here. So we build a grassroots movement. Puget Sound Advocates for Retirement Action. The primary focus is Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, but it's also climate justice, racial justice.
thank you, Steve. Big hand, Steve. Thank you so much. What overdid it on the tea?
Sometimes hot water survive the overnight. That would be
And it's not really like coffee.
Okay. Whoops. Sorry, friends. All right. We are just bearing down on the 8 o'clock hour. How's everybody doing? Woo! Take a stretch. Stretch. Let your bones stretch out and your blood vessels get that blood moving throughout your body. Yes. Yes. All of the above. Yes. Okay. So we are 8 o'clock. So we've are you ready? Angelica. Okay. So I'm trying to make each presentation that we can as unique and individual and different from the rest as possible. And this is no exception. Angelica Duncan Basile is going to be talking today about about disadvantaged and minority-owned small businesses, which are at risk under Trump. Angelica is the CEO, president, and co-owner of High Grade Asphalt and Seal Coat Inc. Yes, small businesses. And this is a minority-owned and woman-owned small business based in Edgewood, Washington. So, friends, put your hands together and give a big welcome to Angelica Duncan Basile. Woo! I just did it all the whole way. I did your stage name and all.
Perfect. I love it. Thank you for that
All yours.
introduction. All right. All right. Hello. Yes. Hi. Thank you, Rachel, for the introduction. And thank you, everybody, for being here. I know this has been a marathon, and I'm really impressed that this is happening because it is so important that we advocate for each other and we talk about the issues that need to be addressed today. So, as mentioned earlier, my name is Angelica Duncan Basile, and I am honored to be here today. I'm here to talk to you about the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise, DBE program, what it means for small businesses like mine, and the very real threat posed to it by recent actions from the Trump administration and the Supreme Court justices he appointed. But before we dive into the legal and political details, I want to take a moment to tell you a story, a very personal one. I want you to picture a young woman from Costa Rica, raised in poverty, but driven by fierce intelligence, ambition, and a belief that her life could be different. So much so that she was selected for an educational scholarship by Costa Rica's first lady, a woman who saw her potential, even when the world overlooked her. Now, imagine a young man from the United States. He's severely dyslexic, misunderstood by his teachers, placed in special education, and told repeatedly that he wouldn't make it far. But he was stubborn. He believed in hard work, and he refused to let his learning differences define his future. These two people, my parents, met. They fell in love and got married. They didn't have wealth. They didn't have connections. They didn't inherit a business. What they had was grit, a rickety old truck, a small roller, and a shared dream. And that dream became High Grade Asphalt and Seal Coat Inc. Today, I have the honor of running that business alongside my brother. High Grade is a certified disadvantaged business enterprise and a minority woman-owned business enterprise. These certifications, yes, it's a great program, great programs. And these certifications, these programs are not just labels. They are lifelines. They are the reason we survived. They are the reason we exist. So let's be clear. The DBE program is not a charity, it's not a handout, and it's definitely not a favor. The DBE program is a chance to be seen, a chance to be invited to the table, a chance to bid on public works projects where we would otherwise be invisible. It gave my parents the chance to build a business. It gave me the chance to build a career, and it gave our community a chance to grow. And now that chance is under threat. So let's talk about what the DBE program is. In Washington State, the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise DBE program makes it possible for small business owners that are often discriminated against, such as minorities, women, and veterans, to have a chance to participate on public projects. What the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise program does, let's talk about that too. The DBE program is a federal program that Washington State enforces on many transportation and public works projects, especially those using federal funds. Its purpose is to make sure small businesses owned by minorities, women, and other socially or economically disadvantaged groups have a fair shot at competing for public contracts. Without the program, larger and more established firms tend to dominate the bidding process, making it nearly impossible for smaller or newer businesses to get noticed. Let's talk about how the DBE program creates opportunity. 1, through participation goals. Public agencies often set DBE participation goals on projects. This means prime contractors are encouraged and sometimes required, which is the best when they're required, to subcontract part of the work to certified DBE firms. 2, through certification. Once a business is DBE certified through the Office of Minority Women Business Enterprises, it becomes visible in a statewide directory. This makes it easier for primes to find and hire them. And 3, leveling the playing field. The program prevents discrimination and reduces barriers that often keep minority and women-owned businesses out of public contracting. So these are the benefits of the DBE program. Access to work. Small disadvantaged businesses get real opportunities to bid on government-funded projects they might otherwise be excluded from. Visibility. Certified firms are listed in the state's DBE directory, which primes must look at when meeting DBE goals. Fair competition. It balances the scales so businesses compete on skill and quality, not just size or networks. Economic growth. It helps build wealth in diverse communities by ensuring public dollars circulate to underrepresented business owners. Partnerships. DBEs often form relationships with prime contractors, leading to more work opportunities even outside DBE-required projects. And accountability. Public agencies track DBE participation, creating oversight that helps reduce discrimination in contracting. So in simple terms, the DBE program makes sure public money benefits everyone in Washington, not just the biggest companies. It ensures women, minority, and veteran-owned small businesses get a fair chance to grow, compete, and contribute to public projects. So let's discuss the benefits of competing on public works projects, which are many. First of all, public works projects means prevailing wages apply. Has anybody here ever worked on a prevailing wage job? Yeah? Are you part of a union or do you do public works? No? Grant work. Okay, great. So let's talk about prevailing wages because I love them. What are prevailing wages? A prevailing wage on a public works project is the minimum hourly wage benefit and overtime rate that contractors and subcontractors must pay their workers when doing construction, repair, or maintenance work funded by government money, city, county, state, or federal. It's basically the government saying, if public money is paying for this project, then workers must be paid the standard wage for their trade in that area, not something lower. The prevailing wage is set by state or federal labor departments depending on the funding source. It's usually based on surveys of what workers in different trades, like power equipment operators, laborers, truck drivers, etc., are typically paid in that region. So in short, private projects means employers can set wages within minimum wage laws, and public works projects means employers must pay workers the prevailing wage, the fair standard wage for that job in that location. So to give an example, I could hire a laborer to work for me on a private project, and I may only pay them $30 to $35 an hour. But when they're working on a prevailing wage project, they're going to be making anywhere from like $50 to $60 an hour. So there's a big difference in the wages that they get paid. And I think that that's awesome for the employees. Secondly, public works projects in Washington state must follow Washington state laws. And Washington state laws treat public works projects very differently than private projects, and it's intentional. The state wants to make sure workers and contractors actually get paid when government money is funding a project. Here's how Washington law makes prompt payment and payment guarantees stronger on public projects. 1, prompt payment requirements. On public works, state laws require public agencies to pay prime contractors within 30 days of receiving a proper invoice unless the contract says otherwise. If they're late, interest must be paid automatically to the contractor. On private works, no automatic prompt pay laws exist for private contracts. Contractors often have to fight in court to collect late payments, and there's no guarantee or interest penalty unless the contract specifies it. 2, payment bonds, guarantees for subcontractors and suppliers. On public works, because you can't lien a public property like a road, a school, or a bridge, Washington requires contractors to post a payment bond. This bond guarantees that subcontractors, laborers, and suppliers will be paid even if the prime contractor fails to pay them. On private works, subs and suppliers rely on mechanics liens against the property. But liens are weaker than a payment bond. They can take months or years to enforce, and it depends on if the property owner has equity. So I've been in a situation where I did have to place a lien on someone who hired me to do work, and they foreclosed and I never got paid. To this day, I'm still upset about it. So when you're on a public works project, especially as a small business, there's so much more safety because you're likely, like most absolutely likely, going to get paid. You're going to get paid on time, and your employees are making really good money. So number 3, retainage protections. On public works, public agencies withhold up to 5% retainage from contractors. This fund specifically protects workers, subs, and suppliers if there's a payment dispute. On private works, retainage may or may not be used depending on the contract. There's no standardized protection fund for workers or subs. 4, transparency and oversight. On public works, payroll, wage compliance, and payment records are monitored by L&I and the contracting agency, creating a paper trail and enforcement process. So in addition to all of the hats that I wear at High Grade, I'm also the payroll manager. And I really appreciate this about L&I and the way that they make sure that everybody submits all of the employee hours, exactly what work classification they were working, how much money they should be earning, and they will audit you to make sure that you're doing everything correctly. So lots of transparency and oversight there. On private works, no comparable government oversight exists. Disputes are usually settled privately or in court. In short, Washington Public Works laws gives subcontractors, suppliers, and workers faster pay, guaranteed payment through bonds and retainage, and government-backed enforcement. Private projects don't have these automatic protections. Payment is only as strong as the contract and the financial stability of the owner contractor. All of that said, let me be real with you. Running a small DBE certified business is not glamorous. It doesn't come with red carpets or shortcuts. And those certifications, they don't shield me from discrimination or ignorance in the field. I've shown up to job sites as the president of my company, only to have field agents completely ignore me, assuming I'm just the office lady there to drop off paperwork. I've stood in the heat for 14 hours managing crews, troubleshooting equipment, and solving problems on the ground, only to go home, shower, and sit down to send follow-up emails at midnight just to make sure we get paid on time. Let me tell you something. It hurts to know that no matter how hard you work, no matter how many hours you put in, there are still doors you can't walk through, contracts you'll never know existed because someone else with deeper pockets, bigger connections, and more political pull already secured that space. The DBE program doesn't make things easy, it just makes them possible. It gives small businesses like mine a fighting chance in an industry that often feels stacked against us. My parents worked tirelessly to build high-grade asphalt from the ground up for over 30 years. They succeeded just enough to put food on the table, support our team of employees, and build a life with dignity and independence. And let me say this. If it weren't for this company, I would be drowning in college debt right now. But because of my parents' dedication and the opportunity the DBE program helped provide, they were able to pay for every cent of my college education. They gave me the gift of freedom, and eventually, they gave me the business itself. In 2022, during the heart of the pandemic, my parents retired. They had 3 choices. They could sell the company, they could shut it down, or they could pass the torch. They chose the third option. They handed high-grade asphalt to me and to my youngest brother, Anthony Duncan. Now, some people hear that and say, what a blessing. And yes, it was. But let's be honest, it was also terrifying. Because this wasn't just any moment in time. This was the middle of a global pandemic. The economy was in chaos, inflation was rising, uncertainty was everywhere, and one of the most immediate and brutal challenges we faced was something my industry is directly tied to: the skyrocketing cost of oil. So we're going to talk about oil and gas prices in Washington during this pandemic. So what happened? There was a significant drop in spring of 2020. As the pandemic began around April 2020, gasoline prices in Washington state plunged, dropping by over $1 per gallon compared to the same time the previous year. This dramatic fall was driven by collapsing demand and volatile oil markets. Then the rebound and sharp increases took place by 2021 and 2022. Gas prices rebounded sharply. By early 2021, both crude oil and retail gasoline prices were climbing fast. National crude oil prices were about 60% higher than the 2020 average by mid-March of 2021. And by mid-March of 2022, retail gas prices nationwide were hitting historic highs around $5 per gallon, with several West Coast states, including Washington, among the most expensive. I'm sure you all remember. It was hard to fill my gas tank at that time. So let's talk about Washington's specific numbers. While statewide average retail gas data is best sourced from agencies like the EIA, what we do know includes that in April of 2020, average gas price was about $2.46 per gallon, over $1 less than that day in 2019. But by late 2020, in November, in the Seattle-Tacoma Bellevue area, gas averaged about $2.61 per gallon, down from $3.28 a year prior. And by mid-2022, Washington was among the states with the steepest increases as national averages climbed towards $5 per gallon. So how did all of this, the pandemic, the economy, the oil crisis, impact my company? Well, let me break it down in simple terms. Asphalt is oil-based. And as a small business, we don't own an asphalt plant. Only the big companies own asphalt plants. In fact, there are no certified small businesses in the entire state of Washington that own their own asphalt plant. That means we're at the mercy of the market. When the cost of the hot mix asphalt, HMA, what we lay down on roads and driveways goes up, we don't have any control. We don't get a break. Before the pandemic, we were paying around $50 to $70 per ton for HMA, but suddenly, seemingly overnight, those prices spiked to $90, even $120 per ton. That kind of price jump is devastating for a small contractor. Jobs we used to perform for $2,000 to $3,000, like a basic residential driveway, now cost $4,000 to $6,000. We weren't charging more because we wanted to make more profit. We were charging more just to stay afloat. And what happened? Homeowners backed out. Private clients stopped calling. The work dried up. Not because we weren't good enough, but because the numbers didn't just add up for everyone anymore. So we needed a new plan. And I had one. I decided we needed to pivot hard toward public works projects. Why? Because public works projects meant stable prevailing wages for our employees. Because public contracts meant more predictable cash flow. Because if we could build our reputation in the public sector, we could one day qualify to join our local unions, something I've always dreamed of doing, but could never be able to afford. You see, joining a union isn't easy for small businesses like mine. Union wages, pension contributions, training funds, those costs are serious. And we'd only be able to sustain them if we worked exclusively on public works, where the margins and wage standards make that possible. So we got to work. Our estimator started bidding, and guess what? We started winning. At first, it was rocky. We had our growing pains, we made mistakes, but then we got better. We learned. We started turning a modest profit, enough to finally invest in equipment we had only dreamed of owning before. And that new equipment, it expanded our capabilities, improved efficiency, and empowered us to take on more complex work. For the first time in a long time, I felt truly proud. Not just proud of myself, but proud of my team. We weren't just surviving, we were proving something. That even a scrappy, disadvantaged minority and women-owned company like ours could compete and win in this industry. We lost some bids, we won others. We pushed forward, and eventually, we began to thrive. We were climbing the ladder one rung at a time toward long-term, sustainable success. We were finally gaining traction. Our revenue was growing. But here's the thing about ladders. When you're climbing up and someone pulls the ladder out from under you, you don't just stop, you fall. And that's what's happening now. On June 16th, 2025, I received an email from DBEs of America. It shared the following information. Today, the Idaho Attorney General, Raul Labrador, filed an amicus brief in the MAMCO versus USDOT lawsuit. The document discusses the economic and ethical implications of the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise DBE program in government contracting. Labrador alleges that the DBE program forces states to reject lower bids, leading to inflated project costs. He cites examples without listing details of the projects. Labrador states that over 44 months, Idaho wasted $15.2 million due to DBE requirements, and that DBE program costs taxpayers billions annually, with estimated suggesting over 5% of total contract costs are wasted. Labrador also alleges that the DBE program discriminates based on race and sex, undermining the dignity of excluded contractors, and that discrimination is contracting fosters and that discriminating in contracting fosters division and resentment among racial groups. The document outlines how states incur significant compliance costs to administer the DBE program, estimated at $44 million to $80 million annually. Compliance includes hiring officers, monitoring DBE participation, and maintaining directories, diverting funds from other priorities. I mean, essentially what the DBE program does is it helps create jobs to help run the program. And what they're trying to say is that it also causes delays in projects due to DBE compliance further exacerbate inefficiencies and costs. Additional signatories listed on this filing include the following states: North Dakota, Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, Ohio, Oklahoma, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, West Virginia, and Arizona. So a lot of people are working together to try and take the DBE program down. So let's consider the economic impact of eliminating the DBE program. The Disadvantaged Business Enterprise, or DBE program, has a major direct impact on businesses across the country. There are over 40,000 certified DBEs operating in the US, mostly in industries like infrastructure, engineering, transportation, and professional services. For many of these firms, DBE contracts are a vital revenue stream. Without them, thousands could be forced to shut down, potentially leading to around 320,000 lost jobs. But the effects go beyond just those firms. DBEs rely heavily on local suppliers, manufacturers, and distributors. So their disappearance would also ripple through the supply chain. Industries like materials, uniforms, printing, safety gear, and small manufacturing could see major declines in volume, putting even more businesses at risk. Then there's the cost to the taxpayers. Studies from the Government Accountability Office, the GAO, have shown that reducing subcontractor diversity tends to drive up project costs. With less competition, bids go higher and innovation drops off. Public infrastructure projects could end up costing 10 to 15% more. Economically, DBEs tend to be rooted in underserved or rural communities. They hire locally, reinvest profits where they operate, and play a key role in workforce development by offering internships, apprenticeships, and training. Minority-owned businesses, for example, reinvest twice as much of their revenue back into the local economy, and small businesses overall generate 64% of all U.S. jobs. Losing DBEs would also mean setbacks in workforce access and upward mobility, especially for women, minority youth, veterans, and individuals re-entering the workforce. These firms are often entry points to industries that can be powerful vehicles for economic advancement. From an innovation perspective, diverse suppliers have proven to be more resilient and creative. According to McKinsey, companies with more diverse supply chains tend to innovate faster and grow more steadily than their peers. Now, in terms of scale, the DBE program is a $37 billion federal initiative, roughly 10% of federal transportation infrastructure funding, and it supports about 49,000 certified businesses. It's tied into a much larger federal contracting ecosystem worth around $759 billion annually. If the DBE program were dismantled, the estimated loss in direct federal contract allocations alone could reach $37 billion per year. And when we consider the broader economic ripple effect, such as investments into minority and women-owned firms, which now likely amount to tens of billions annually, that number could climb even higher. Minority-owned businesses play a major role in the U.S. economy. According to the National Minority Supplier Development Council, certified minority businesses generate over $363 billion in annual revenue, support 1 million jobs, and contribute more than $57 billion in tax revenue. Black-owned firms alone account for $66.5 billion of that output. A Brookings analysis found that from 2017 to 2022, minority-owned employer businesses added nearly $738 billion in revenue and close to 1.9 million jobs. Yeah. Removing DBE support could undermine a meaningful portion of that economic growth, not just for minority-owned firms, but for the communities and industries they support. While there's always discussion about federal cost savings, the GAO has not listed the DBE program as duplicative or wasteful. In fact, cutting this program might result in far more economic losses than any potential budget savings, particularly when you factor in reduced local investment, job losses, and declining tax revenues. Eliminating the DBE program would not only dismantle thousands of small businesses, but also ripple through the economy, raising public costs, reducing job creation, and stifling innovation. It would be a step backward for equitable economic development and inclusive growth. Not to mention, these large contractors can self-perform aspects of contracts like milling and hauling, eliminating the need for small businesses regardless of DBE status. The U.S. antitrust laws ensure large companies do not monopolize an industry, and eliminating the DBE program is a step toward allowing these monopolies to form and for a great number of small businesses to get pushed out of the industry. So let me leave you with this. The Trump administration is waging a direct attack on the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise DBE program. His Supreme Court appointments, his executive orders, his DOJ's consent decrees, and the lawsuits they've inspired are all designed to do one thing: erase the very programs that gave businesses like mine a fighting chance. Supporters of this effort say it's about fairness. But let's be honest, fairness isn't pretending everyone starts at the same line. Fairness is recognizing inequality, inequity, and choosing to level the field. Fairness is not closing doors, but opening them. Without the DBE program, thousands of businesses like mine, minority-owned, women-owned, veteran-owned, will not survive. Not because we aren't good enough, not because we didn't work hard enough, not because the system will once again become a place where we can grow and network and shine, but because they will shut us out before we can even begin. This isn't just a business to me. This is my career, a part of my identity. It's my family's legacy. This is the company my parents poured their lives into, the company that paid for my education, supported my family, and now supports my employees and their families too. If this program disappears, so might all of it. My brother and I could lose the business we fought to grow. Our employees, some of whom have worked weekends, nights, holidays, they could lose their jobs. And then I think about my parents. What would it mean to them to see 37 years of sacrifice and sweat erased?
not because the business failed, but because someone, somewhere, decided that we weren't worth the opportunity. And I think about the next generation, the daughters of immigrants, the kids with learning disabilities, the young women and men of color growing up in under-resourced neighborhoods with big dreams and no clear path. If this program goes away, they may never get the chance my parents had. They may never get the chance that I had. So, if you believe in the American dream, if you believe in small business, if you believe in equity, in fairness, and freedom to dream, then stand with us. Talk to your local leaders, write your representatives, speak out in your communities, bend it like Booker. Don't let this moment pass in silence. We're not asking for handouts. We're not asking for shortcuts. We're asking for what every American deserves: a fair chance to work, to grow, to build something that lasts. Because our future, our families, and our freedom to dream depend on it. We are here, we are worthy, and we belong. Thank you.
So it's all you, Chris. Yeah. So Chris Porter, who was on about an hour, I guess an hour and a half ago, and was completed half of his presentation. We're going to finish up his other half of presentation. So please give a warm welcome to Chris Porter. Woo-hoo!
Thank you, Rachel. For those just tuning in, my name is Chris Porter. I'm a member of the 34th Legislative District, and avid cyclist, conservationist, someone who loves to cook, and want to continue what I started about an hour and a half ago, which is where things are concerning LGBTQAI plus folks. And I started with, and I want folks to remember, in talking about this, someone had previously, Rachel had read a response to someone who just said she wasn't going to participate or have anything to do with this Bend It Like Booker because of Senator Booker's voting response. So she was just going to bow out. Her silence was going to be her protest. And I started out originally thinking I was going to go down this line of thinking and conversation, and then reminded that that silence is someone else's trauma and want to continue with that. So I talked about the Stonewall riots in 1969 and how the community at that time refused to remain silent and took voice and action, and that gives us power for where we're standing today. Talked about an event that's called Black Pride. In fact, it winds up today, and it uplifting the voices in the LGBTQ plus community as well. And then I stopped and talked about the Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy in 1994. And I'd been in the military after that policy was in effect. And I got out of the military because of that policy. But what I failed to share was my lack of silence, which led to my leaving under that policy. So I was an officer in the military. And as I said before, when you're a single officer in the military, you're like prime picking. I didn't understand that at the time. And the officer that I was paired with that oriented me to the military, coming on the to the station, and I was an ICU nurse at the time, she took a strong liking to me. And one day she said to me, "I'm thinking about leaving my husband so that I can date you." And this fear and shock came over me because one, it was never going to happen. And two, I realized what I was up against, that in order to get her to change her mind, I needed to make it crystal clear that it was never going to happen. And in doing that, that put me square against the policy that said, you can exist as you are so long as no one knows. So I bit the bullet and said, you really can't do this. And I have to tell you why, and told her. She didn't tell anyone else. But I realized that the writing was on the wall, that the minute that you tell one person, it's no longer a secret. And although people say, humans, oh, I can keep a secret, I can say the only secret that's best kept is the one that you don't tell. That's the secret that's best kept. Anyway, it happened again. The person, I think we should hook up. I think we should start dating. And I had to make it abundantly clear it was not going to happen. And then, conversation begins. How is this young male single person remaining single in the military when there are various options? So I went down that line again, running up against the policy that says, and don't ask, don't tell, so long as you don't tell, you're okay. That silence became unattainable, that I knew that I had to do something. So I told, and I told the right folks. And of course, I did get an honorable discharge and left at the end of my time that I initially signed up for. But that was the nature of it that I hadn't explained, that these policies that come out have rippling effects that sometimes on the surface, it seems, this will work, this will be perfect, but it isn't. So I left off by talking about, well, I gotta love the facial recognition here, 2000 elections and how the enormity of bills, potential bills, or bills that went to the voters that year that overwhelmingly impacted LGBTQ lives and were offered as political fodder, and the surprising ease with which many of those laws passed, complicating lives of folks across the country. In 2012, we had the domestic partnership, which there was some cheering about that. And I reminded folks that although the domestic partnership here in Washington state was a step in the right direction, it was everything included up to, but not the rights and responsibilities that would have provided that better protection. We then had marriage equality in 2025, and the U.S. Supreme Court then a couple of years later reaffirmed that. As was happening then and continues to happen now, there's this continual slowly chipping away of marriage equality. And it began, and probably many of you remember that probably one of the biggest pivotal moments was what I call the bathroom shuffle. Who's going into the bathrooms? Who's using it? And I just thought, I have never thought that this would be the conversation in this country, who's going into these bathrooms to use the bathroom. And I remember standing in line at Starbucks, and it was one of the few times in which the male restroom had a line, and I really had to go. And yet the female restroom identified was empty. And I was like, well, why am I standing in this line? There's just a toilet in there. And I went in, used the bathroom, and I came out, and the lady said, did you know that that's a restroom for women? I said, did you know that in that restroom is just a toilet? And it got me to thinking, we are really hooked up on this thing about the toilet and who gets there. And seemingly it seems innocuous that we should go to the gendered assigned restrooms. But underneath that was this continued chipping away of the rights, the right for people to exist and how they're identified and to go where they need to go to do what they need to do. And it certainly continues. And then became the sports battle. Like there were hundreds of thousands of trans people flooding the ranks of these games, upending that. And one thing that I just thought was outrageous was the testing of female athletes' testosterone level to ensure that they didn't have too much, which would give them an advantage. But if they had less than, then they were okay. And yet seemingly on the flip side, we didn't test male athletes for their estrogen level. And males do have an estrogen level. If you didn't know, it's 10 to 40 picograms per milliliter, excuse me. And so we didn't do that. We didn't test the opposite, but we became overly obsessed with this. Does she have too much testosterone? And this didn't only apply to trans women in sports. It also applied to women who at birth were identified as female, their testosterone level, as to not give them an advantage. We were just and continue to be consumed. And why? It's another slow eroding and chipping away at this that leads us to that battle. Oh, she's swagging a finger. Okay.
Yeah, we're at time, 'cause I gotta get.
Okay, I'll make it quick. What I want, I'll end this by saying, we've recently seen trans people in the military dismissed outright because of the president's orders, and they were dismissed outright without their earned pensions or given the option to retire with a benefit. This slow erosion and chipping away only makes it easier to just, as the conversation is going, rethink marriage equality. What we can do, making sure that our elected officials hold strong to the promises put in order in 2015 under marriage equality, but more importantly, continue that fight, those voices, those conversations, these events, those protests. That's what really helps. And yet there's one other thing I want to point out and make sure that people understand. The next time that you hear that statement, that slight, that misinformation about an LGBTQ person, and particularly trans, because they are truly marginalized and traumatized with this, your silence is their trauma, is my trauma, and we have to remember that. Thank you.
Woohoo! 8:40 and 8:40 and all is well. We are tipping along. David Silverman, is that you back there? Hi. Wow. Okay. Oh, well, here's your man right here. See Jordan. Jordan will take care of you. All right. Thank you. Thank you for coming. And I'll talk to you afterwards because I haven't seen you in a while. Okay. All right, friends. Our next speaker is going to give us a very uplifting and resilient presentation, which I'm very much looking forward to because I can use all the joy and resiliency I can get. So our next speaker is Dion Foster, and her theme is Joy and Resilience in Dark Times. Dion is a policy expert, trained social worker, and nonprofit leader who recently served as the executive director of Washington Progress Alliance, where she helped pass and protect historic investments in childcare and early education through a statewide capital gains tax. She continues to fight for systemic changes that expand opportunity and improve outcomes for everyone in Seattle. Please let us give a big, giant welcome to Dion Foster.
Thank you.
Bet. Have at it.
Awesome. Is this okay? I don't need to adjust this.
Well, whatever feels good for your height.
Okay, it sounds good. I'm great here. Good morning, everyone. Oh my goodness. First of all, thank you so much, Rachel, for having me and organizing this. And I don't know how many of you have been awake for so long and thank you. I'm sure you're running on caffeine or good energy or whatever, but I'm really excited to be here with you all today. I actually am going to open with a little short poem. For anybody that knows, I really think a lot about how words matter because they're sort of what we say about what we think, but also it's, I think, a way for us to drop in a little bit and get outside of our big brains and feel our feelings a little bit, but it's a short one. So it's a poem by Nikki Giovanni called In Simpler Times. I talk to myself. People think I am on my phone. In simpler days, I would have been considered strange. People would feel worry for me and call me crazy. I would have walked down the street carrying brown paper bags, arguing, laughing sometimes, humming a tune. I am alone, at the kitchen sink or behind the wheel of my car, taking the roasted chicken with root vegetables out of the oven. It is easy to see the delight I am taking in this life. I am always smiling. I am in love. Yeah, I love that, right? And to me, that is a poem that's just about the simple things, those moments that we have alone with our roast chicken, or for me, sometimes it's pulling a weed out of the garden that just feels present and clear and happy, even in the midst of everything that is going on. And so when I was asked to do this, I was so excited. I was like, what am I going to talk about for 30 minutes? As you may know, I often get 3 minutes to talk with what I'm up to these days. But you know, the reason I wanted to do this, actually, I started to think about my family. And I was raised in Southern Virginia, in Yorktown, Virginia. So some people think about Virginia, you think about Northern Virginia. That's like a different state. I was raised in the South, and my family actually had come from a very, very close-knit family. So to be clear, my mom grew up on the same street, then got married at the church at the end of the street where she grew up, which is also where my grandparents lived on that street, and my great-grandparents, and everybody on that street is our cousin, even if they're not our cousin, right? And, you know, I was thinking about my family, and I was thinking about the lessons that I learned from them. And that's why I decided I wanted to talk about joy. And in particular, I was thinking about my Aunt Barbara, who is one of the people who was really important to me growing up. So my close-knit family, my grandmother passed away when I was pretty young. And it was very sudden, and I'm not going to talk too much about that, but her sisters sort of became my grandmothers. They were close-knit, and they stepped in and they helped to raise me. And they were of a generation where, you know, the oldest sister, she's actually still alive, and she just celebrated her 96th birthday. And I know, right? Incredible. And the youngest sister, my Aunt Barbara, was the person who, growing up, I was probably the closest to. She would take me to museums. I would go visit her in DC. She was actually a lawyer, a customs lawyer, and she showed me so much about the world. And I remember as she was getting older, there was a day where I was like, I don't actually know your story. Like, what has your life been like to go from growing up on Carey's Chapel Road in Yorktown, Virginia, to then going as a Black woman? She went to Hampton University, and then she got her law degree from Howard University. She was the only Black woman in her graduating class. And I started to think, like, you have so many stories that I don't know. And one day I was like, did you go to the March on Washington? She was like, yeah. But that's how she said it, like, yeah. And I asked her about it, and I said, well, like, what was it like? And what did the energy feel like in the room? And also just having this moment of recognizing, like, wow, you were at this kind of pivotal moment in history. And she said, well, it was great. You know, I went, me and all my friends went, we went down there, we heard the speeches, And when she was talking about it, I remember just thinking, like, it didn't sound like any old day, but it just sounded like, well, it was what you did, right? And then I said, well, like, what did you do after? Like, how, you know, must have been just all this energy in the city and da-da-da. And she said, what the hell do you think I did? I went and partied with everyone else. And to me, it's that fact of joy and resistance, that idea of she was in the middle of this monumental moment, like a moment that we are in the middle of right now. And they went and they resisted, and they were at the March on Washington. And then I don't know what they did after. I didn't get details, but it sounded like it was full of joy. And I think a lot about that moment, that story, and the idea that we are allowed to have both of these things. We are allowed to resist. We are allowed to work incredibly hard, and we are allowed to find joy every day. And that is part of how we sustain ourselves. Another story that I want to tell about her, and it's a little bit, it's sad, but it's actually also one of the things that I carry with me, and I am excited to share it because I think when we share the stories of our elders, they get to keep living on. So when she was, she passed away. She was dying in 2019, and Trump was still president. And she was in the hospital, and I had gone back to Virginia, or she was in the hospital in DC actually, and I'd gone back to be with my family, and a lot of us were there. And she wasn't doing well, and it was really it was hard. It was really, really hard. We prayed together as a family. People flew in. In a lot of ways, we were fortunate to kind of know what was coming. But she was herself all the way through. So there was a moment where she'd come out of a surgery, and the doctors, they ask you those questions to check your awareness, right? Miss Barbara, her name was Barbara Whiting. Miss Barbara, do you know your name? Barbara. Do you know what day it is? She says the day. Do you know where you are? She says where she is. And then they said, do you know who the president is? And she said, I don't have a damn president. And we were like, oh, she's here. She's here. She's with us. She knows exactly what's going on. And I remember I was in the room in that moment, and I just was like, this woman has been this woman her whole life. And it's just my pleasure to get to share that story with you, because knowing that it was just this incredibly difficult moment. I think she knew she was going to pass, and she still had that spark. She still had that fight. She still had that awareness to say, not in my name. Right. And I think that was really important. Thank you for letting me share that with you. So I also want to talk a little bit about stories that have inspired me as I've been out talking to people. I often find a lot of inspiration and a lot of joy, just as much as I have from the elders in my family. I find it from people that I don't know and people who I've never met. And I want to share a couple of those stories, some lighthearted, some complicated. So one that I'll share is earlier this year. Actually, I was here, or not here, but I was in West Seattle. I was out talking to people. It was one of the early resistance protests, and there was tons of people out in the street. We were over by like a grocery store, and I was talking to people, and I was on the campaign side, which I'm not going to talk about today, but and people would kind of come up and stop and chat. And somebody came up to me and we were talking, and I said, oh, I'm having my campaign kickoff on May the 4th, which no Star Wars nerds in the room. Okay, one. Okay, great. So that May the 4th be with you. Okay. Yeah. So thanks. So I know y'all been up. And so we were having all these jokes about like puns about resistance when we were kind of doing that day. And I won't share them with you because they're too embarrassing to say on camera. But and so I was just sort of sharing this with this woman, and she had a placard with her that was like those signs, and it was the Star Wars with Princess Leia. A woman's place is in the resistance. And so I was like telling her my puns. And it was just this little moment. And, when you're campaigning, the days are long. And she was like, do you want my sign? And then she gave it to me. And I've kept that. It's actually in the back of my car with all the rest of my yard signs and junk. And we call it campaign cars. You don't want to see it. But it's just those little moments that it was, I'm sure she's probably moved on and forgotten about it. But I look at that sign a lot, and I think about how we as individual people have these opportunities in really small interactions with our neighbors to just be a spark of joy, right? We have those moments where you see somebody and they're down and they're having a hard time, or maybe they're up and you're like, I'm going to bring you more up. But I really loved and appreciated that moment. And I wanted to share that with you. And then I'll share what was sort of one of the more surprising moments that I've had recently that gave me, I don't know if it was joy or resistance, but it gave me a lot of hope. And this was also, I was out campaigning, which is all my stories these days. And I was in a room, and there were, it was a room of, there was a lot of diversity and perspectives in the room that I was in. And there was one person in the room who had a red hat on, had a MAGA hat on. And I should say, I've mentioned that I was raised in Virginia. I mean, I was raised, the place that I grew up has gone for Trump every single time. So I wasn't raised in a bubble, and, and so when I kind of like have these moments where my heart races and I'm like, okay, I'm going to engage with this person. I want to be curious. I want to stay, grounded, like open, etc. So this person comes up to me, and we start talking, and he says, he sort of opens with like, I forgot how he said it. He said, I bet you and I don't agree on a lot of things or something like that. And I said, I don't know, let's find out. And, had to have kind of remind myself, like, I want to hear from you. I want to connect with you. And I don't want to put up a wall as nervous as I am in this interaction, to be totally honest. And we started talking, and, he was a Trump voter, and he started asking me about like racial equity. And, well, what does that mean to you? And I was like, well, I think racial equity is really about ensuring that we are creating fairness and that we are, undoing some of the historic and institutional like harms that have been done to people. And he was taking issue with the idea of like kind of critical race theory. And I think it had felt to him that, there was that white people in this current generation, white people in this day and age, were sort of being blamed for things that they didn't have anything to do with. And he said, that's not me. I didn't do that. I didn't have slaves. I didn't do this. I don't see why we need to sort of single out white people in this moment. And I said, my family, there's a lot of people in my family who've served in the military. It's pretty common where I grew up. Generations of military service. I was appreciative of listening to your story coming before me. Both of my parents were veterans, my great uncle, And, I said to him, did you know that under the GI Bill, when we already, where I'm going, that under the GI Bill, which was one of the greatest investments that we've made in the American middle class, that, my family members who served in the military, when they came home, did not have the same access to home buying opportunities as your family members would have had. And he looked at me, and we had this great kind of moment around this. And he was like, no, why didn't anybody ever tell me that? I haven't heard that before. And it was just this moment that has stuck with me. It was, and people were like, I remember being in the room, and there was other people kind of trying to come up to interrupt the conversation. I was like, I'm fine. I want to talk to him. And it was important because when I think about what's happening at the national level, when I think about why we are seeing the erasure at the Smithsonian, when I think about why we are seeing the erasure of Black history in the United States, when I think about why it is that there are so many people arguing against teaching critical race theory, which is, by the way, just US history, right? That is interrupting those moments, right? Where would this person have been if they had known this story? If they were able to connect on this idea that, hey, you know what? It actually is pretty unfair that Black veterans served this country and didn't have the same access to get entered into the middle class. And wait, if you couldn't buy a home 60 years ago, which is where most Americans have the majority of our wealth from, and you couldn't pass that on to your kids, that's actually pretty recent history. So why is this about joy? Because I connected with him. Because we had this moment and this opportunity, and I don't know that I've changed his mind. I don't think I've changed his life, but he was like, I really appreciate this. I didn't know this, right? And I think there are these moments that we all have where we get to choose. And I started with that poem about, walking down the street and talking to yourself or whatever, but we have these moments where we can choose to be open and engage and have an impact on somebody and let them have an impact on us, or we can choose to disengage. And I think it's really important right now that we think about part of resistance as choosing to engage, right? It is not just the showing up and going to the protests. That's great. We got to keep doing that. See you guys there. It's not just the calling 5 times. It's not just the engaging with policymakers or running for office. It is those moments of connection where I think we can change our neighbors and our neighbors can change us. And for me, that was a joyful moment in a lot of ways. It was a moment that started with a lot of anxiety and nerves, and then ended with me just being really incredibly grateful that I had had the opportunity to have that engagement. All right. So I want to move on to talk a little bit more about the things that I'm doing that are joyful to me. And then if you all will allow me to, I'll have us do just a little activity. I don't think Rachel said this in my intro, but I was, and I will go back to teaching. And so I can't can't help myself. The professor just comes out every now and again. So the thing that I'll say, going back to joy, is I think it's important that we all practice and cultivate joy. Who here has been sort of tracking the conversations we're having as a country kind of about burnout and exhaustion, or tracking it or feeling it, right? And certainly some of that is about our uniquely American system of work and an inefficient, or not inefficient, a lacking social safety net that make all of us do a lot more than we are sort of physically designed to do. But I think some of it is also about the fact that when we are doing that work, we are working so hard, we don't have an opportunity to stop all the time. We don't have an opportunity to take it in. And so I'm going to just share a few things that I've been doing. People often ask me, they're like, you seem busy. And I'm like, I am busy. But I also realized really early on that if I didn't do things to slow down, that I wasn't going to be able to show up for my neighbors, that I wasn't going to be able to show up for myself, that I wasn't going to be able to show up for my family. So I'm going to share some things that I've been finding joy in, and then I'm going to ask you all to do a little bit of a reflection on what you've been finding joy in and where you want to cultivate your joy so that you can continue to practice resistance. So for me, it's been 3 things. Now just share my personal life with you all. Been doing a lot of hot yoga. Yeah, there's nothing like being in a 100-degree room and thinking you might die, that to just really be present in the moment. I don't know that it's for everybody, but it is for me. And the thing that actually I think about a lot when I do that is I'm like, we can do hard things, right? We can do hard things, whether that is, a hot yoga, whether it's a marathon, whether it's whatever. That has been my favorite sort of sneak away activity, and it has been wonderful. The second, and it's my neighbors. I love my neighbors. I have some folks down the street who they have a great little garden. What do you call it? The planting strip. My neighbors actually, we had SDOT did some work on the road, and they put in a new planting strip, and then they seed it with grass immediately. And I probably shouldn't say this on camera, but my neighbor went out right after they seeded it with a rake and pulled up the grass seed, and and then she's like turning it into, I think it's called like a Miyazaki, anyway, there's all sorts of like natural plants there. And then she put in like some little cherry tomatoes, and I know, shout out to her. She's a really incredible woman. And that has just been giving me a lot of joy when I'm out and I'm walking my dog and I walk past and I think, wow, this could have just been a grass patch. And then I see some of the neighbors who are out walking, and they'll pick cherry tomatoes from there. And I have another neighbor who has put on the outside of his fence facing the road, a neighborhood garden where he grows tomatoes every year, and people will come by and grab them, or their kids will come by. And I have a raspberry bush that sits at the end of my driveway, and people will come pick those. And that just makes me so happy. It brings me so much joy right now. And the last thing that I've been finding joy in is my family. I have a 12-year-old son who is actually, I'll tell you a great story about him. Speaking of joy, I was making this decision to run for office, and there's a lot that goes into it. There's the personal stuff, there's like what it's going to be like, but then there's just your family, right? And so his name is Miles, and I was like, okay, I really want to talk to him about this. I want to take this seriously before I made this decision. And so I said, hey, Miles, I'm like thinking about running for office, and here's what that would mean, and I would be really, really busy, and there's going to be a lot of nights where I'm not home, and what would that look like, blah, blah, blah. Maybe you can have more time with your friends. And he's an only child. And so I don't know what I thought he was going to say, but what he said was, Mom, will I get street cred? And I was like, the kids are going to be all right. And I think about that a lot, actually, because I'll go back to the exercise. I forgot I was going to tell this story. But the reason I think about that is sometimes our fears, and actually this is a saying I say a lot, our fears are just paper tigers, right? We have something built up in our head of like, I know in my head, I was like, he's going to be so devastated. We're very close family. And he was like, cool. Will people think I'm cool? And I was like, right, at the end of the day, you're just 12, right? So those are things that have been bringing me joy. And through that joy, I'm able to really fuel and sustain myself. So the activity that I want to ask you all to do, just indulge with me for a little bit. You can take out your phones and grab your notes app if you've got that, or a piece of paper if you're old school, or, whatever you've got going on. But I want you to first think about the small, right? So I opened up by thinking or reading this poem about the moment where you take the baked chicken out of the oven. Can you smell it? Right? I mean, it's just such a great moment. So I want you to think about the small activities in your life, not grand, not something that's you've got to put a lot of effort into getting, but just something that you might do on a daily basis. And write down something in that daily life that maybe you rush through that might be a source of joy for you if you really pause and give yourself the opportunity to look at it. Petting your dog, calling your neighbor, planting something, pulling up a weed, where you just think, oh gosh, wow, I am here, I am living. I'm going to keep talking as you think about that because that's the whole gig, but I'm going to give you another thing. Oh, yes. Oh, be joyful, be abundant. Yeah. As long as it's in that category of, the easily accessible kind of joys. Yeah. Great question, Rachel. I'm going to give you all a moment to think about that. And as you're writing it down, think about what it looks like, think about what it feels like, think about being in that moment and being really present in that moment with whatever that thing is. And I have to keep talking, but I want to let you guys write. I'll start to tell you the next thing that I'm going to ask you to think about. So that's sort of the easily accessible. I want you to think about something that you do where you're like, man, I don't want to do this. You know what I really don't like doing? I don't like unloading the dishwasher. I don't like it. Think about that thing. Maybe it's a daily activity. Maybe it's something you've been putting it off. Maybe it's cleaning out the garage. But those moments, those things that you just don't want to do, I want you to just write down. Now, this may be just one of them. You don't want to make a whole list of this. And I want you to think about this because that for us, that I think about this and I think about the story that I told you of that moment, that interaction I had with this guy chatting with him and wearing the red hat. And I was nervous and I didn't know what it was going to be like. And I a little bit didn't want to do it. And then it surprised me. And I often think sometimes these things that we maybe are avoiding, maybe we don't want to get into, they can surprise us. And then I want you to think about something that you've been meaning to do as an act of resistance. Maybe you've been meaning to get down to the Northwest Detention Center and protest. Maybe you've been meaning to call your Congress people. Maybe you've been meaning to host a party or something. Any scale, any size, but an act of resistance. It could be on the familial scale. It could be on the neighborhood scale. Nothing is too big or too small. But that thing that you keep thinking, one day I'm going to do this. And I want you to write that down. And I want you to look over that list. And I want you to think about those first joys and think about them as the fuel for those second things that you've written down. Think about those little moments that we get to indulge in and allowing those little moments to help fuel you to do the thing you really don't want to do and the thing you really want to do, but you haven't been able to get around to. And think about trying to create the space in your life for those moments and what it might open up for you. And with that, I'm going to give you a few seconds to do that, and I'm going to close us. Well, am I going to close us? Am I? What, I have 9 of.
There are 2 more after you.
Okay.
You're talking about speakers?
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Done at 11:15.
Got it. Okay. So I'm going to close my portion with another poem. I was just making sure that, next person is here. Great.
Yes.
Okay. So as you all write those things down and think about what you want to do, I want you to, and I hope you did write them so that you can revisit them. And as you think about the fact that we've got many, many years ahead of hard work in front of us, that's not just, I think we're thinking about it now in many ways because of what's happening at the federal level, but, there's a long way to go to get to justice, even after we get rid of what's happening at the federal level. And we all have to continue to fuel ourselves. I think about my life and I think about, my aunt who I talked about earlier, and the fact that I want to live my life that way. I want to live my life in such a way where I maintain that joy, that humor, that absolute irreverence that leads somebody to say, I don't have a damn president, and that clarity. And no matter where I am or no matter where we are as a country. And I think we all have to have a really strong foundation in order to sustain that for our lifetimes. So I will read you, this poem to close with. This is also a Nikki Giovanni poem, and it's called Migrations. When the sun returns to the Arctic Circle from its winter rest, the grasses sprout, seducing the winged and the hoofed. Polar bears and their cubs must flee before the ice breaks up. Although others begin a northern journey, the snow goose flies from the Gulf of Mexico to mate and birth her young. 2 million Mongolian gazelles move over the tundra, where each gives birth at the same time, defying the will of predators who would consume the gazelle's future. Though only, of course, to provide nourishment for their own young predators. Let's not judge too harshly. Salmon swim upstream, jumping falls and grizzly bears. Grasshoppers, ignoring the advice of ants, make music to celebrate winter's end. Monarch butterflies, leaving the safety of Zihuatanejo, forge north, beginning the longest winged journey of spring. With only the hope of warmth and the promise of grasses, they unflinchingly face hunger, thirst, predators, winds, rains, uncertainties, as would I for you. Thank you.
Okay. Oops. No dead air. All right. Hello again. Shouting out to all the folks who are watching on the live stream. I'm really excited in what it sort of blossomed into. And the other thing that I wanted to tell you is that this morning, it was about 1 or midnight. I got a call from Senator Booker's office, and he sent a video. Oh, maybe it was 10. Yeah. Okay. It was last night. But anyway, it was during the event is the point I was very aware of. But I had called him a bunch of times. And so I didn't know if he even knew that I had called or if he heard me or whatever. So what I'm hoping is before you all leave today, I want to play the video for you. I just can't do it now because I also have other couple of videos of very special people who sent videos as well. So if you have some time after the event, I'd love to show them to you. Okay, what I need to do now is this. Nope. Darn it. Sorry, folks. Oh, that was what I wanted. Sorry, friends. Okay, this. Okay. All right. So I'm very excited to introduce our next speaker. And let me just grab the notes I have here for her. We are almost there, y'all. It's 9:15, 2 more hours to go, 2 more speakers, and joy, joy, joy. Okay, so the next speaker I'm very excited to welcome today, this morning, is Gina Top. And Gina's going to talk about today how education is the foundation of democracy. Gina is the Seattle School Board Director representing District 6, and she is also the school board president. Not too shabby, I say. So please give your warmest and loudest welcome to Gina Top. Wahoo!
Thank you, Rachel. It's good to be here this morning. Kind of want to get a feel for the room here. How many of you have been watching for sort of 0 to 5 hours? Okay, we've got a few. How about 5 to 10? My goodness, okay. 10 to 15? I love, okay, now you're making me a little tired. 15 to 20? And now we're at the 20 plus. I love it. That is awesome. I had a chance to watch some content last night online, but definitely not this much. This is what a dedication. It feels really good to be here. It feels good to be here in the 34th at the Machinist Hall, where, you know, I'm raising my daughter, running a small business. I know many of you were at the pop-up social on Friday, so thank you for joining there. And as Rachel said, serving as president of the Seattle Public Schools Board. Before I go any further, just a quick thank you to Rachel Glass, who pulled this event together. Really, really awesome. And also to the volunteers who are here supporting and making this possible. And for the folks who spoke, specifically the folks who spoke at hours that I would dread speaking at, the 2, the 3, the 4 a.m. in the morning, just to make that is incredible. I'll be honest, when Rachel said, could you come speak for 35 minutes? I was like, wow, I'm not sure I remember the last. You first offered me an hour, and I was like, oh my goodness, okay. And now we're down to 35 minutes, which seemed more manageable, but it's still a lot. I'm not sure the last time I've spoken straight for 35 minutes. But, you know, credit to Senator Cory Booker for his 25-hour and 5-minute speech. Also, since there you go. Yep. And to Governor Gavin Newsom, I kind of want to give a little props for this week as well, since we're in a room of Democrats. And again, to all the speakers who spoke in the middle of the night and those who persist, thank you. So this morning, my topic, since I serve on the Seattle School Board, is about education. And specifically, I want to talk about one thing, which is public education is the foundation of democracy, something I really, truly believe in. And so that's sort of what I'm going to focus on today. Here's sort of the roadmap for the 35 minutes journey we're going to be taking together. So first, we're going to talk a little bit about, you know, how education creates opportunity. Second, sort of the threats that we're feeling here, policy rollbacks, the weakening of the promise, the divestment from education. Third, sort of a little bit of history, how public education has sort of been tied to democracy's survival. Fourth, why it matters here at home, here in Seattle. specifically as we start or are about to start a new school year here in September. Fifth, the future. What public education must become to prepare for the next generation? 6, what we can do together now, here in the 34th, here in Seattle, to strengthen our public schools. And finally, a reflection, a moment kind of for each of us to name the people who made a difference for us and to recommit to opening the door for the next generation. And so for that part, if you want to please have a piece of paper and pen ready, or the notes app on your phone, that works as well. Or just your, there you go, Anna's saying just your brain, that works. So settle in with me, because this is about public education, it's about schools and democracy itself. So when people think of public education, they usually think of academics, where kids learn to ask questions. So I've got some stories in here. The other day, so it's where kids learn to ask questions. The other day, my daughter came home from school excited during the school year. They were learning about volcanoes. She looked at me and she said, "How can you tell if a volcano is going to explode?" I think she was a little concerned that a volcano was going to explode in our neighborhood. And I thought I was being clever, and I was like, well, scientists have tools to detect if a volcano can erupt. And I was like, I used the word erupt. So, teaching her, a little bit of vocabulary. I was proud of myself. And she looked at me and she said, well, how do those tools work? And I started being like, okay, I had not really a great sense and definitely did not know how to explain it to her. I said, that's a great question. Let's figure that out together. But I think that's part of the heart of public education. It's where, kids don't just get an answer. They learn to keep asking the next question. Well, then how does this work? How does that work? And I loved it. And we worked at it. And I actually met someone here at our last 34th meeting, and we were chatting about this exact thing. And he's like, I have a great project to show little kids how the tools that scientists use. And it was perfect. And my daughter and I did that. So back to this, it's what is public education? It's also a place where kids learn to work with others. And, I saw this when I visited a classroom. In my role, I get to visit lots of classrooms. And this was a 4th grade classroom, and they're doing the traditional popsicle stick bridge building thing, where you build a bridge out of popsicle sticks. You see how much weight the bridge can hold, and you see one kid being the architect, making this beautiful fancy thing, one trying to be the engineer, one maybe messing with the glue, playing around, all sort of working together. And some arguments, some kids doing some more work than others, but in the end, they figured it out. And I sort of thought, that's kind of what democracy looks like. People disagreeing, compromising. Sometimes it can get a little messy, and still somehow you're trying to build something that holds some weight, that holds. And public education is where kids learn to lead. This is one of my favorite stories. I was at a student forum with a middle school student, and she came up to me and she told me, I used to be terrified to speak up. And I said, you just spoke up in front of the crowd. She said, yeah, one day my teacher, she pushed me to run for a class representative. And she said, I didn't think I'd win, but I did. And now I'm the one organizing food drives at my school. I'm the one representing my class. I have been given a voice. That's leadership, not waiting until you're an adult with a title, but learning that as a kid, your voice matters and you can make a difference just like others. And maybe most importantly, public education is where every child learns or should learn that they matter. Not just the kids with the highest test scores, not just the ones who fit in easily. Every child, no matter who you are, where you come from, what language you speak at home. Public schools are supposed to be the cornerstone that welcomes you and lifts you up. I want to repeat that. Public education should give every child a chance, wealthy or struggling, citizen or not, every child. That's what makes education the foundation of democracy. It's the daughter of immigrants who learns English in our schools and goes to win a college scholarship. the student struggling at home until a teacher connects them to the art program that changes their life, that makes them feel welcome and belong. The kid that's convinced that they don't belong in science until a teacher says, you do. Me, a high school student grieving the loss of my grandmother who helped raise me, when a school counselor noticed and helped me find the mental support I needed in that moment. That is public education. That's access to opportunity. And we don't have to look very far to see that. We see it right here in Seattle every day. Some just elementary schools I want to call out for some of the awesome work they're doing. Rainier View Elementary. Educators are working very hard with English language learners every day. They earned national distinction on that, And McDonald International, 5th graders are learning math and science and Spanish and Japanese. 10-year-olds are becoming bilingual problem solvers. We've got Wedgwood Elementary, students practicing literacy by reading to therapy dogs, kids too shy to read to adults, suddenly lighting up with confidence as they're reading. That's the promise, and that's democracy in practice. So now I kind of get to go to the negative. Sort of the foundation is sort of under attack, not just by one policy, not by one budget, but a pattern of choices, all designed to weaken public education. Gonna start with my favorite, taxes. I'm a tax attorney. Congress just passed a voucher style tax credit. It's buried in what we like to call, or what we have to call, or what we call the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. And it allows taxpayers to receive a dollar for dollar federal income tax credit up to $1,700 for donations to private school scholarship programs. So a deduction is one thing. You give to a private school, you get a little off your taxes. A credit is dollar for dollar. Say you owe $1,000, you have $1,000 credit, you pay $0. That means the money that should be going to public schools, the schools that serve every child, is drained away dollar by dollar. And when wealthy families can opt out of supporting public schools, democracy gets weaker. Tax policy dictates how we live our lives, and this policy tells us that wealthy people get to step out of their responsibility while everyone else is left holding the bag. Then, just this week, the Department of Education rescinded guidance on how schools identify, assess, and support English language learners. This wasn't just like paperwork. It helps schools know their civil rights obligations and how to make sure kids learning English weren't left behind. Over 5 million students across the nation relied on it, and now it's gone. The Department of Education called it outdated, but the effect is real. Some schools will cut services, some kids will slip through the cracks, and what we are telling children learning English is that their education doesn't matter. What we're really saying is their opportunity doesn't matter, and when opportunity closes, democracy shrinks. And then there's the Department of Education itself. In Washington, D.C., leaders are now saying out loud they want to dismantle the Department of Education. Not fix it, not improve it, not tear it down. I think improving it is probably, it could stand some improvements, but this is the one agency that also enforces civil rights, that protects kids with disabilities, that holds states accountable, that creates that sort of baseline standard across the nation. And without it, schools operate without guardrails, inequities deepen, and kids pay the price. And then we come here at home in Washington. Even here, where our state constitution calls education the paramount duty, we fund our schools through one of the most regressive tax systems in the nation. Sales tax, property tax, taxes that hit working families harder than wealthy. That inequity isn't about just schools, it undermines democracy itself. So these are all just examples, and all happening in the middle of this broader national climate. We're seeing book bans, curriculum fights, history erased, LGBTQ kids told they don't belong, teaching, and sorry, getting a little emotional and frustrated by that, by all of that and the national climate. And all of these are connected. They send the same message. Public education doesn't matter. And when public education doesn't matter, democracy doesn't matter. So I want to take a little bit of a step back then, because this isn't a new fight. Public education has always been tied to democracy's survival. We look at moments of democratic expansion in our history. We talked a little bit about, I think in the last two discussions, about the GI Bill. So after World War II, the GI Bill sent millions of veterans to college and created one of the most prosperous middle classes the world has ever seen. The civil rights movement, students were sitting at lunch counters and riding buses. They weren't just fighting segregation, they were applying lessons of history and justice and democracy. Each of these chapters shows us when education expands, democracy strengthens, and when education is denied, democracy shrinks. And here in Washington State, our Constitution is clear. Education is the paramount duty of the state, not just a duty among many, the paramount duty. Who here had a teacher or experience that taught you about fairness or justice? Just, for the record, for those online, I think most folks raised their hand in the room, which is pretty incredible. That's our history. And it reminds us that whenever democracy is threatened, the battleground is our schools. And just like those earlier chapters, we face our own tests right now. When Congress passes the tax credits that drain public funds into private vouchers, we are back to deciding who gets opportunity and who is left out. When the Department of Education rescinds protections for English learners, we're back to deciding whose voice matters and whose doesn't. When leaders talk about dismantling the Department of Education, we are back to deciding whether fairness is enforced or whether inequity wins. History tells us when education expands, democracy grows. When it shrinks, democracy cracks. And the question before us today, here in Seattle, here in Washington, here in the United States, is simple. Will we fight for public education? So why this matters here at home. I've been on the school board for about a year and a half. Not much time. But I've seen the challenges. We have underfunded classrooms. We have long waits for special education. Teachers are stretched too thin. Students are not getting into the schools or the classes they want and need. Public education here is not perfect. But I've also seen resilience. And very soon, roughly 50,000 Seattle students will walk into classroom on the first day of school as fall is quickly upon us. And that first day is more than pencils, backpacks. For some kids, it's super excitement. For others, it's nerves. For some, it's dread. But for every child, we must strive to deliver one message. You belong, you can succeed. And that's what we do on the school board matters so much, because every budget decision, every policy, every plan shapes that moment, that first day of school and every day after. So let me share with you a little bit of the priorities that the Seattle School Board is focused on this year. Stabilizing finances. We're facing roughly an $80 million budget deficit. We need to stabilize our budget with the least disruption to classrooms possible. Finalizing our strategic plan, the map of what we expect, what our city expects from our public education institution. Deepening engagement with families, because we can only do this hard work in partnership with families and community. And finding a new superintendent, since we need a new leader to do this work. But it's not just about what's happening in the boardroom and policies. The meaning of public education shows up in our neighborhoods, in places where our kids and families live their daily lives. And I've seen it thanks to many folks in the 34th. A member of the 34th took me on a tour of a homeless shelter. The pride wasn't in their beds or their meals. It was in making sure kids got to school. One worker said, if we can keep kids in school, we give them a fighting chance. Without that, we lose them. Another 34th member invited me to their robotics team. It was a competition, part of the school program, and it blew me away. These kids around laptops, welding things, arguing about designs, fixing wires, coding, testing, failing, all of it skills that just were beyond my comprehension. It wasn't just science, technology, education, math, STEM. It was teamwork, creativity, problem solving, the very skills our democracy needs to survive. It's also volunteers just bringing in lunch, saying, we didn't do this at first, and we realized providing a meal changes everything. Then earlier, Russell was here in the room. Russell invited me to a tour of his school, the Center School, which was awesome to see the dedication and the pride he had for his school and the opportunities that he was given through his education. And then I'd be remiss to not remember the teachers. Every single day, there's a teacher who notices a student hungry and quiet and buys snacks for them out of their own pocket. The teacher who stays late, moving desks around, calling parents, prepping for the next day because they know that's what it takes to give their kids a real shot. They're not just teaching math or reading, they're holding up the foundation of public education with their own hands. And in doing that, they're holding up the foundation of democracy. That's why this matters here at home. So I want to look forward a little bit, because if public education is the foundation of democracy, what must it become for the next generation? We know the world our kids are inheriting. I got some laughs over here. I'll check in with them later. So we know the world our kids are inheriting, a world shaped by technology, artificial intelligence, a world shaped by climate change. I have never been more motivated than I have to see Seattle students lead climate strikes, walk out of classrooms, sue governments, watching them pursue, be civic leaders has given me so much motivation and energy in the climate fight. A world of shifting jobs. And I think that's why our Seattle Skills Center here in Seattle Public Schools matters. Students learning maritime trades, healthcare, construction, IT. They're preparing not just for careers, but to be productive members of our shared community. A world where mental health can no longer be sidelined, where it can't be said that mental health is not part of what our schools offer. Students need wellness centers, counselors, safe spaces, because a student who doesn't feel safe can't learn, and a democracy that ignores that will crumble. So imagine a Seattle where every second grader is reading confidently, every sixth grader feels math ready, and every graduate leaves not just with credits, but with a plan. College, career, service, ready for their next, whatever their next step is, ready to participate in their community. That's not just an education agenda, that's a democracy agenda. So what can we do together? I've seen strength here in Seattle, families demanding changes on wait lists and winning, parents pushing for more funding in Olympia. Even this past legislative session, when the state faced a huge budget deficit, parents were down there fighting and pushing and succeeding. Voters approving our Seattle levies at historic levels of support this past year, which is incredible. So we heard from the previous speaker, one of the things that we can do is just moments of connection with our neighbors. But we can also testify at board meetings, testify in Olympia, volunteer in classrooms. Seattle has an easy link if you're interested in volunteering. Just Google Seattle Public Schools volunteer, or you can email me. Mentor a student, support our levies, run for office, join PTAs, stay engaged. Here's a good one for right about now. Join a school cleanup. So many of the schools are working to open up their schools for the fall and having their cleanups now to make their schools beautiful, a welcoming place for the first day of school. Join a school cleanup in your neighborhood. So there are two sort of, as we sort of wrap up a little bit, two interactive things I want to do. First, I want you to turn to the person next to you and share one way you've supported public schools in the past. And if nothing comes to mind, that's okay. Share one way you support them in the year ahead. And if you don't have someone next to you, but most people do, but if you're online, jot it down on that piece of paper on your phone from earlier. So if you haven't already, switch now. Have your neighbor share. All right. See what we can do together. I'm overhearing some of the stories and hearing democracy in action. I'm going to ask one other interactive reflection moment. We're going to take that same spirit and we're going to make it personal. This is an exercise I really love to do. I want you to think of, write down the name of someone who made a difference in your life. You're still a partner, a teacher, a coach, a counselor, someone who made a difference in your life. And next to their name, write the one word, just one word, what they meant to you. And while you're thinking, I will share my story. I had a 4th grade teacher. His name was Mr. Brewer. He created a classroom garden together. We created a native classroom garden together, and he taught me my love for nature, the environment, and really that taught me that it's our responsibility to be the ones who make a difference in our communities. So I think my one word for him would be difference, and that has stuck with me since 4th grade. So is anyone, as you're thinking, I don't want to put anyone on the spot, share the name of the person and their one word. Kelly Doran. Empowerment. I love it. Others? Lawrence. Washington State History. Challenge. I love it. That's awesome. Others? Mrs. Parmenter? Okay. Critical thinking. That's perfect. Miss Hamler? Ms. Creativity. Those are great.
Mr. Pitt.
Mr. Pitt. Theater. That's awesome. Do we have one more? Yeah. Miss Susan Barrett. Barrett, sorry, Miss Susan Barrett. Confidence. That's awesome. This is one of my favorite things to do. You hear these stories and you know the impact is real. So think, for those of you online or who didn't share, think of that name. Think of the person who believed in you when no one else would. No one else did. And ask yourself, if public education keeps getting chipped away, who will open the door for the next generation? That's our work. That's our responsibility. because in the end, it comes back to public education works to give every child a chance, wealthy or struggling, citizen or not, every child. And that is the foundation of democracy. So let's fight for it. Every classroom, every teacher, every kid, let's fight for democracy's foundation. And here in the 34th, I know we will, because this community shows up, it fights for fairness, and it protects what matters most. Thank you, 34th District Democrats. Thank you, Seattle. Let's get to work.
All right, friends, I kind of can't believe it. We are to our last hour, and our last speaker is here. He just arrived, and he is slated for 10. So I was thinking, Jerome, might you be able to rack up one of the All right. So, you guys ready? We're going to do eat metaphorical popcorn and enjoy. There are snacks, but these aren't long enough to.
Hello, everyone. I am so inspired by your will, by your guts, by your grit, by your determination not to let these times be normalized. You all are standing up and doing so in a way that humbles me. I remember when my team and I decided to do the stand for 25 hours, to go for that record and try in some way to be one of the sparks that would help to ignite the larger movement that's standing up for each other, standing up for those that our president seems intent to demean and degrade with his cruelty and his hurtful actions, standing up for our democracy, to understand that truly democracy is not a spectator sport, that we have to stand for it. And so I will tell you this, I found out during those 25 hours that the body does have limits, but the spirit has none. especially thousands and millions of spirits standing and working and igniting and lighting up the world together. Thank you all for doing this. Thank you all for being a part of a larger movement, a movement that is not just fixed in this time, but that stretches back 250 years in our nation. All of those folks who never stopped fighting for our democracy, fighting for justice, standing up for others, and working to make real on the promise of America. You all, in so many ways, restore hope, inspire possibilities, and are making change. I look forward to seeing you as we continue the work.
Hey everyone, Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal here. Thank you so much, Rachel Glass and the entire 34th LD Democrats, my home LD, for inviting me to speak with you for a few minutes today as you all bend it like Booker. I know that everyone in this room understands the fear, danger, and devastation that so many of our communities and loved ones are facing in this moment under this authoritarian administration. We are living in a United States that many of us could never have imagined, one where masked men are snatching and disappearing immigrants of all legal statuses off our streets, where our federal workforce is literally being dismantled and full agencies like the Department of Education are effectively being shut down, one where Republicans are stealing healthcare and food assistance from poor and working families. Each day brings with it a new example of the cruelty and the chaos of this administration. But one thing that I have learned over the years of organizing is that the most difficult times make the strongest organizers. We know that in this moment, we can come together, we can stand up, we can show that we refuse to accept Trump's actions. Grassroots organizing and resistance are among the most powerful tools we have in this fight. Since coming to Congress, I've always run a year-round organizing campaign. But after Trump was inaugurated, I knew that our campaign needed to mobilize even more people across the country to stand up and fight for our democracy more than ever. People were hungry for understanding, community, direction, and most importantly, real tools on how to fight back effectively against an authoritarian. That is exactly why I created Resistance Labs, to educate ourselves about how democracies fall, how our own country and countries around the world have effectively and non-violently fought back against authoritarian leaders, and how we, the people, can be most effective and strategic. Because when our checks and balances fail, when we have a rogue government that refuses to adhere to the Constitution, we, the people, have to be the backstop. And these tools are more important to understand than ever as we see Trump militarize and take over cities like Los Angeles and Washington, D.C. So far, more than 12,000 people in all 50 states and from countries around the world have participated in our Resistance Lab training, with that number growing with every single training we do. And if you haven't joined one yet, please go to resistancelab.us and sign up for an upcoming session. Whether it's through Resistance Lab or events like today's Bend It Like Booker, joining rallies or marches, calling your friends in Republican states, we all have to stay engaged. The chaos is Trump's strategy. He wants us distracted and exhausted and overwhelmed, all so that he can continue doing horrible things that benefit no one other than him and his billionaire buddies. So we have to be here to say that we will not look away. We have to show them that this strategy won't work, that we are here and we are ready to fight. And when we all use our voices, when we all come together, I know that our collective power will be stronger than their collective hate. In the words of my good friend, the late great John Lewis, we must all be ready to get into some good trouble. So stay engaged, stay hopeful, stay active, and thank you for being here today to Bend It Like Booker.
Hey, 34th District Democrats, it's your Governor, Bob Ferguson. And first, thanks to everybody with the 34th for organizing this really wonderful event, Bend It Like Booker. So I appreciate it on many levels. Number two, appreciate the chance just to say a few words to participate in this event as well. And look, it's a really challenging time for our country. There's no two ways around that. And I noticed, my son Jack, he's 17 and he's an avid reader. And I'm always curious what he's reading. He reads a lot of history and he reads interesting stuff. He reads actual books, which is nice. And on his nightstand, maybe 2 months ago, I noticed the book he was reading is this one, and it's called How Democracies Die. And it's a book written during Trump's first administration. And the thesis of the book is it looks at democracies, I think, in the 20th century and how they fell apart, how they collapsed. And the thesis is these did not collapse because of some middle of the night military coup that stormed a capital. Exactly the opposite. That the way that democracies died in these countries is there was sort of a gradual, slow, steady erosion of civil liberties, attacks on judiciary, the free press, consolidation of power in one individual, that this was a gradual evolution till folks woke up one day and realized, wait a second, we don't really have a functioning democracy anymore. And I suspect all that sounds familiar to you with what's going on in our country. And, the range is significant of those, that slow, steady creep. But as a recent example, just a few days ago, I received a letter from the United States Attorney General, Pam Bondi, in which she was threatening me and other state officials with prison if we did not change Washington state's law, the Keep Washington Working Act, which forbids local law enforcement from cooperating with ICE. So we don't have local law enforcement, for example, participating in raids of businesses to apprehend folks who aren't documented. We don't participate when mass agents get out of unmarked cars and pick people off the streets without identifying themselves. We don't do that. Those are our values as a state. But Pam Bondi wrote me a letter saying, basically, you changed how you do things in Washington state, or I'm threatening you with jail time. Look, I'm not changing my approach. I'm here to defend Washington state values. So all of us have a role to make sure we protect our democracy, whether you're a governor or whether you're a 17-year-old kid who's reading about how democracies die, or whether you're a member of the 34th District Democrats or anyone else. We all have a role to march in the street, to write letters to the editor, to make sure we take back Congress and support candidates across the country to take back Congress next year. And, we all have agency in what's going on in our country. And I was listening to a podcast not too long ago where it mentioned that a political scientist wanted to know what percentage of a population needed to be protesting in the streets nonviolently. That was the criteria. You're in the streets and you're protesting nonviolently to topple a government. And what she determined was 3.5%. Once 3.5% of a population is out there on the streets protesting peacefully, that's the tipping point to topple a government that's authoritarian. And look, that for us should be encouraging. Hey, we all have agency in this. We can all take to the streets. We can all protest nonviolently. We can all support candidates who are going to help us take back Congress. And that's what I know you're all doing. So I so appreciate the chance to have this conversation with all of you. Appreciate all you're doing to help out our democracy in a really challenging time. And just look forward to seeing you all in person sometime soon. Thanks so much, everybody. Ben and Mike Booker. Have a great day.
Anyway, lights. Okay. Actually, you have a PowerPoint, Andrew, don't you? Okay. So I would probably turn the lights back down if that is the case. Okay. I am ready when you are. What I do want to say before, while Andrew's getting the finishing touches on his presentation, I would like to thank from the bottom of my heart the folks who volunteered and who really stayed with me on this, because it was a very long 25-hour event. And so thank you. Jordan stayed the whole time. He wasn't in here to raise his hand, but he was here the whole time. And it was so helpful. He had the computer so he could do all the tickets and everything. It was really helpful. And then Anne was here today. I'm trying to think if there's any that I can. Barbara, did you volunteer? But you were here.
I volunteered and I sent a bunch of stuff out.
Yes. Yeah. As far as Barb did a lot of pre-event promoting, and yeah, you were here. So yes. Bless you for that so much. And David, who is my husband and also my compadre and partner in project. And so he stayed the whole time, and he also was a presenter, and he also did a reading of an essay that somebody sent in. We didn't even get to do the other one. We didn't have time. We should have done the other one, but an essay from Colorado Springs. That was one of the states that participated in this event. So he was just on like all the time. And last but definitely not least, I want to thank Jerome Rett, who was, he was not only here the whole time, he not only ran the entire live stream from all 25 hours from top to bottom, never left. And he also did that gorgeous logo. He designed that logo and created it. So I am going to tell you right now, Jerome, I could not have done this event without the contribution that you made. So I just want to amplify you out to everybody so that you really just helped so much, and it was so appreciated. So thank you for that. And oh God, is there anybody else I need to thank? Thanks to the Seattle Machinist Hall. This is such a nice, it's a great venue. It's large. It allows for space. They kept us cool during a heat wave that was going on outside. And just really, I guess the next time you see Donnie, please pass on my gratitude for that. Okay, I think we're ready for Andrew. Are you ready, Andrew? Y'all are in for a treat. Andrew Villeneuve is not only as smart as all get up, he is just he is one of the best in as far as like a political analyst and a data collector and a data fuser. Like, he doesn't just collect the data, he fuses it, he interprets it, he makes inferences, and he makes predictions that are I don't know, 90, you can tell the crowd how on the nose your predictions are. Anyway, when he offered to be the closer, I jumped at the chance. So you are in for a real treat with what you're going to hear from Andrew today. The title is Drawing Strength from Our History: How We Can Keep Our Republic with Effective Activism. And Andrew is the founder and executive director of the Northwest Progressive Institute, as well as the founder of NPI's sibling, the Northwest Progressive Foundation. He has worked to advance progressive causes for over 2 decades. How old were you when you started? Were you 15? Really?
Yep.
Seriously, 15? Wow. Seriously. Okay. Because I was going to say it wouldn't have been any older than that. He has worked to advance progressive causes for over 2 decades as a strategist, speaker, author, and organizer. Andrew is also a cybersecurity expert in his spare time, a veteran facilitator, a delegate to the Washington State Democratic Central Committee, and a member of the Climate Reality Leadership Corps. Without further ado, please give your warmest and most vigorous welcome to Andrew Villeneuve.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. Thanks, Rachel, for organizing this. It's really ambitious undertaking, and I applaud ambitious undertakings. As you heard, I'm Andrew Villeneuve. I'm the founder and executive director of the Northwest Progressive Institute, and also the founder of the Northwest Progressive Foundation and Permanent Defense PAC, all of which are related organizations that work together to raise our quality of life and protect us from bad things like Tim Eyman's Initiative Factory, which I'm proud to say that we have vanquished. So no more Tim Eyman initiatives. But of course, we have new threats that we face, and we're gonna talk about those during this final hour of Bend It Like Booker. So I'll just give you a little bit of introduction as to where I come from and what this presentation is going to be about and why it's going to have this focus on history. I was raised in a household with educator parents. Both my parents are teachers, and my father is a history teacher and my mom is a math teacher. So I've got the complete package there. But history has always been my favorite subject. Nothing against mathematics, it's great. But history is so very valuable and important. And my father, who taught AP, US history, world history, and psychology, actually had all number of books lying around the house because as a history teacher, he kept all the texts, copies at home. So I had easy access to any material that I might want to read. So by the time I reached high school, which is when NPI and Permanent Defense were started, I was already someone who had read pretty much all the available history texts and was able to see that some of them were better than others and that some of them had done a better job with the material than others, and to actually start longing for more, to realize that this was only the surface of what actually was in our history, that there's barely any information in the textbooks when you think about it compared to what's actually available. We live in a time where a lot was written down. When America started, people didn't have computers or smartphones or anything, but they did have pen and paper, and people did write. And they sent letters and they wrote memoirs. And so there's a lot that survives into the historical record. So going back to the beginning of the country, there's this rich set of primary source material, and a lot of Americans have no idea that it exists. And they haven't read anything beyond perhaps a very, basic rudimentary history text that they were supplied with in school. So most Americans just know only a little bit about their history. But as we'll discuss over the course of the next hour, there's a lot that we can learn from our history and a lot that can inform us as to what we're facing today and how we're going to get through it. Because people might think, well, this is the worst it's ever been. Not so. We have faced many challenges and crises in our history. And so I'll talk a little bit about how this is really unprecedented times and how it's also not unprecedented times. So let's see if we can get this clicker to work. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. You gotta love getting the clicker to work. All right. So what we're going to talk about is parallels. Parallels are important because you've heard the phrase, if we don't learn from our history, we are doomed to repeat it. But it's actually more important than that. We need to understand what happened before so that we can not only minimize the chances of it happening again, but so we can figure our way out of it, right? We got to get through what we're in. Now, before I dive into the historical parallels, I just want to give you a little bit of an idea of the work that we do at present, in case you're not familiar with it. So NPI is a strategy center. We're a 501c4 nonprofit. And a strategy center helps people find the path to victory for the causes that they care about. So whether it's climate justice or increasing education funding or a more just foreign policy that stops the obliteration of places like Gaza, we are here to help people figure out what it is that we can do to get to that more just policy. Because in the end, laws are what decide what we're going to be doing with our government. If you don't have good policies, then you're not going to have a good society. So we want to make sure that we have the very best policies that reflect our values. And that comes from developing ideas and figuring out how to pitch them to people, because people aren't going to vote for us to govern if they don't know what we stand for. And we've had a problem in the past, a lot of problems actually, with getting people to understand what we're really about. A lot of people don't understand progressivism at all. They think that what progressivism is something that doesn't actually resemble progressivism, a caricature, basically. People have bought into a lot of things that really aren't true. We get mocked and ridiculed and attacked all the time, and our policies are made out to be bad for the country when in fact they're good, but we just haven't figured out in many ways the right way to present our ideas that people will understand what we're for. So we have to get better at communicating and telling our story and making our ideas sticky. It's not easy. If it were easy, we would have done it already, right? It's difficult. So at NPI, we do all of this work together. We, as you heard, we fuse different things: research, advocacy, journalism. And I will say we don't actually make predictions. Instead, we anticipate what might happen, which is a very important but subtle difference. And so that allows us to try to peek around the corner. But we don't actually make predictions because predictions are the realm of the complacent. So we don't do that. Instead, we try to guess and let people know that we're only guessing. And we're only anticipating what might happen based on what people are telling us right now. So for example, when we do a research poll, we ask people, well, how do you feel right now about the economy? Or how do you feel right now about public safety? Or how do you feel right now about education funding? And we ask people about their support for different policies, like should we have a wealth tax or not? And based on that data, we can then go to legislators and local elected officials and say, here's what we see right now with public opinion. And hopefully that helps them make the best decisions for our state, our region, our country. Our research has informed a lot of policy decisions over the last few years. It's also informed a lot of strategic electoral decisions. How many of you remember the Dave Upthegrove narrow victory in last August's top two election? He won by 49 votes, second place in the top two election, right? He barely got into the November general election. Well, in a close race, anything makes the difference. So our polling made the difference because we warned for months about the threat of a lockout, that there could be two Republicans running for Lance Commissioner in the general election. And you know who took up that alarm in the final weeks of last year's election? The Washington State Democrats. KUOW reported on it. Dave Upthegrove's campaign sounded the alarm. Think about the 49 votes. If just a few fewer people had not voted for Upthegrove, we would have had no Commissioner of Public Lands candidate in the general election, right? So it's because people, at least a few number of people, a certain number of people, I can't say exactly how many, but I know that some people got the message and knew they needed to vote strategically. And if that group had not gotten that message, then right now we'd have Commissioner Jamie Herr Butler. We would not have a Democrat or a progressive as Commissioner of Public Lands. So that's the impact that research polling can make, and that's just one example. There are at least 30 other examples I could think of that are very powerful. If you are a Seattle resident, you probably know that we're polling Seattle with our Civic Heartbeat project, and our polling anticipated that Katie Wilson, Erica Evans, Dion Foster, and Alexis Mercedes Rink will do well, that Alexis was on course for re-election. Yeah. and that the three progressive challengers to the incumbents would all likely do very well. And we didn't know for sure, of course, but symbolic leads for the challengers against the incumbents were in the polling. So we didn't necessarily see it coming so much as we thought that it could happen because of what people are telling us. So that's the subtle difference there. All right, so let's dive into those historical parallels that I talked about, and we'll examine how we've actually been here before in a lot of ways. And not all at once, but different times in our history, there are parallels that have overlapped with what we're facing today. So we're going to look at 6 different parallels, and these will range throughout the course of U.S. history. They'll start with right after the founding of the country, and then we'll get into what we would call the Civil War period, but I like to call it the Confederate insurrection. And we'll also talk about the Gilded Age, the mismanagement of the economy 100 years ago, the rise of fascism in World War II, and the Nixon regime. So those will be the parallels that we'll discuss. So let's start with the 1790s and the Alien and Sedition Acts. So in the 1790s, America's relationship with France was possibly the biggest issue in American politics. It divided the country. The Federalists had British sympathies. They'd won the presidency in 1796 with John Adams. The Democratic Republicans, and yes, that was what they were called, who had French sympathies, they secured the vice presidency with Thomas Jefferson. Now, you might be thinking, well, wait a second. How did 2 different political parties get the presidency and the vice presidency? Well, back then, they didn't run as a ticket. So you could have someone from one party elected to the presidency and someone from a different party elected to the vice presidency. This becomes important in a moment. So spooked and fearful by the thought of the Democratic Republicans organizing an insurrection to help France or threatening his presidency in some way, John Adams and the Federalist-controlled Congress in 1798 passed what became known as the Alien and Sedition Acts. This was a mere 7 years after the First Amendment was ratified. These bills gave the hot-tempered, insecure Adams the power to imprison or deport any resident aliens and revoke civil liberties for pretty much all non-citizens. A 4th law made it a federal crime to publish false, scandalous, and malicious writing that criticized the president, members of Congress, or the government, although not the vice president, Thomas Jefferson. Convictions carried a term of up to 2 years in prison and a fine of nearly $50,000 in today's money. Incredibly, this 4th bill, the Sedition Act, was also given an expiration date, so it couldn't be used against the Federalists after the next election. Not only were these laws passed, but they were used by Adams' regime to go after their political opponents. Thanks to the work of some amazing historians, we know that there were as many as 126 defendants prosecuted using the Sedition Act. One of them was a congressman from Vermont named Matthew Lyon. He was sentenced to 4 months in prison and fined $1,000 for criticizing President Adams. He won re-election from jail. Now, you might be going, what? This wasn't in my history textbook, but it happened. It happened. Now, you might think the courts would have upheld the First Amendment and voided these malicious prosecutions. They did not. The courts then were controlled by the Federalists, and the extensive case law that we have today interpreting the First Amendment didn't exist. Supreme Court Justice Samuel Chase was all for the Alien and Sedition Acts, all for them. He was basically in Adams's pocket. In 1798, the other branches of government that we had chose to enable Adams rather than check him. Neither Congress nor the courts provided accountability. And because Thomas Jefferson was actually the vice president, part of the administration, he was not in a position to speak out publicly. But he did collaborate quietly with James Madison on a strategy to resist the laws, which utilized the power of state governments. They succeeded in getting Kentucky and Virginia to pass resolutions declaring the Alien and Sedition Acts unconstitutional and making it state policy to refuse to help the federal government prosecute anyone indicted under them. Jefferson also financially supported newspaper editors that Adams's regime was targeting. See the parallels with today? Adams was ultimately stopped, not by actors in the government, but by the people. In the election of 1800, the Alien and Sedition Acts became campaign fodder for the Democratic Republicans. Adams was easily defeated. Jefferson became president. His inaugural address was devoted solely to the restoration of democratic principles. He let the Sedition Act expire and pardoned everyone who was convicted by it. And Adams's ally, Justice Samuel Chase, found himself impeached by Congress in 1804, though he was not convicted. It was really Jefferson's successor, James Madison, who facilitated a true course correction, because Jefferson, like Adams, actually had something of a hot temper. He just didn't retaliate as much. Madison employed restraint to protect civil liberties, and he prevented the War of 1812, which happened on his watch, from becoming an excuse to round up members of the opposition and destroy the First Amendment. And it's kind of fitting that Madison did that because, after all, he's been called the father of the Constitution. He really believed in this thing. If it weren't for him, I'm not sure that the plan of government that we have today would still exist. There were some early trials, as you've just heard. And the Sedition Act, even today, ranks as one of the worst offenses against the Constitution and the First Amendment that we've ever had. The idea that, well, we just round up people who write newspapers who are critical of us, we'll throw them in jail and we'll fine them, right? Imagine someone proposing that today. It's not far-fetched, but we would also, I think a lot of us would just laugh and say, can't do that, right? Because we've actually overcome something similar in our history, which was this. But since most Americans don't know anything about this, right? Since most Americans don't know anything about this, they don't realize that parallel. They don't see it. Let's move on to our next parallel. By the time we got to the middle of the century, 1800s were well underway, the country was being torn apart by the issue of slavery. Southern states had slavery. Most northern states didn't have slavery. There were some border states where there was also slavery, but in the true free North, there was no slavery. It was abolished. The slave trade was done away with in the whole country, but slavery persisted in the South well after that, but not in the North. However, for a long time, the North was not necessarily a hotbed of abolitionist sentiment. That began to change as the South began to look for ways to preserve the institution of slavery at all costs. One of the most important things that they came up with in the South that was intended to ensure that slavery would never go away was the Fugitive Slave Law of 1850. This was a law passed by the 31st Congress. It was passed on September 18th, 1850, as part of the Compromise of 1850 between Southern interests and the Northern Free Soilers, as they were called. The act was perhaps the most controversial element of the 1850 Compromise. It is mentioned in history texts for that reason, although its extent, the hideous nature of it, is not really given a proper accounting for in many history texts. The act heightened Northern fears of a slave power conspiracy. It required that all escaped slaves upon capture be returned to the slave owner, and that officials and citizens of free states had to cooperate with this. The act contributed to the growing polarization in the country over slavery. Law enforcement officials everywhere were required to arrest suspected slaves on as little as the claimant's sworn testimony of ownership. Habeas corpus was declared irrelevant. The commissioners before whom the alleged fugitive slaves were brought for a hearing, no jury was permitted and the slaves could not testify, were compensated $10, equivalent to $380 in 2024 dollars, if the subject was proven to be a fugitive, and only $5, equivalent to $190 in 2024, if determined the proof to be insufficient. In addition, any person aiding a fugitive by providing food or shelter was subject to as long as 6 months of imprisonment and a fine as high as $1,000. Officials who captured fugitive slaves were entitled to bonuses or promotions for their work. Enslavers needed only to supply an affidavit to a federal marshal to capture a fugitive from slavery. Since a suspected enslaved person was not eligible for a trial, the law resulted in the kidnapping and conscription of free blacks into slavery. As purported, fugitive slaves had no rights in court and could not defend themselves against any accusations. Think about that. You could be a free black person in a northern state, but on slavers say so, you could be abducted into chattel slavery. Horrific. And again, I can hope you see the parallel with what's happening today and the abductions that are occurring on our streets. The law led to a fierce backlash, very fierce. It actually made the cause of abolition more popular. Where before many in the North had little or no opinions or feelings on slavery, the law seemed to demand that this direct assent to the practice of human bondage had galvanized Northern sentiments against slavery. Harriet Beecher Stowe was inspired to write Uncle Tom's Cabin by the passage of this very law. And fortunately for all of us, the Fugitive Slave Law and the dreadful Dred Scott decision that went along with it were eventually overturned as a consequence of the Union's victory over the Confederate insurrection, which, as I said, is a far better and more accurate name for the conflict that we call the Civil War. There was nothing civil about the Civil War. The radical Republicans in Congress, as they were called, were instrumental in getting the Constitution amended to abolish slavery and establish additional constitutional protections for Americans with their 13th and 14th Amendments and the 15th Amendment that followed them. In reality, they were the freedom championing Republicans, the reasonable Republicans, the forward-thinking, forward-looking Republicans. They formally repealed the Fugitive Slave Law in 1864. Yes, it took 14 years to get rid of the blasted thing. But think about it. In the text that we're all given, they're called the Radical Republicans. Why? Why? Given how progressive they were, why are they called radical? It's interesting, isn't it, how certain words stick? It's also interesting that we call it the Civil War, as I said, when a better name would be the Confederate insurrection. It was a rebellion against the Union. It was not two sides that had equal grievances, right? It was a group of states that said, no, we don't want to submit to majority rule in this country. If we can't control the presidency and Congress and keep this slave power, then we'll leave the Union. It was the southern states like South Carolina that attacked federal forts and began the conflict. The Union never invaded preemptively. There was an invasion later, but only after the insurrection was in full swing. So again, a strong parallel with history here when we think about the abductions that are happening today, and we read about what was going on in the 1850s with the Fugitive Slave Law and how free Black people from northern states were actually being sent down to the South into slavery just because someone came and spotted them and said, oh, that person will make a great slave. I'll collect some money. It sounds horrific. It was horrific. And it happened. All right, let's move on to our next parallel. In the years following the Confederate insurrection and the failure of Reconstruction, which didn't have to happen, America entered a period that was called the Gilded Age. That term comes to us from 1920s historians. They took it from Mark Twain's lesser-known novel, The Gilded Age, A Tale of Today, which was published in 1873. The book, which was co-written with Charles Dudley Warner, satirized the promised golden age that was supposed to happen after the Confederate insurrection, portrayed as an area of serious social problems masked by a thin gold gilding of economic expansion. In the 20s and the 30s, the metaphor Gilded Age began to be applied to this period. The term was adopted by literary and cultural critics as well as historians. For them, the Gilded Age was a pejorative term for a time of materialistic excess, widespread political corruption. It was a time when a handful of people got very, very rich, while other people lived in abject poverty. Sound familiar? By 1900, the process of economic concentration that had extended into most branches of industry, a few large corporations called trusts dominated industries like steel, oil, sugar, meat, and farm machinery. You've probably heard of Standard Oil and U.S. Steel, yeah? Well, there were many like them. Through vertical integration, trusts were able to concentrate control over various aspects of the production of goods, ensuring that the profits made on the finished product were maximized and prices minimized. And by controlling access to the raw materials, they prevented other companies from being able to compete in the marketplace. Several monopolies, Standard Oil again being the most famous, came to dominate their markets by keeping prices low when competitors appeared. And of course, they gobbled up their competitors to form monopoly markets. They grew at a rate 4 times faster than that of the competitive sectors. The wretched excess of the Gilded Age went on and on and on. I'm sure for those living in it, it felt like it would never end. There were populists like Williams Jennings Bryan who crusaded against all this excess but were not elected. It wasn't until after the turn of the century that progressive reformers actually built the political momentum and harnessed popular support to tackle the societal problems of the age. President Theodore Roosevelt and Presidents Taft, and to a lesser extent Woodrow Wilson, who was quite racist, incidentally, helped usher in a number of long overdue reforms with the cooperation of Congress. The Constitution was amended so that the nation could levy an income tax. And antitrust laws like the Sherman and Clayton Acts were finally enforced by the executive branch. Laws were passed to clean up dirty, unaccountable industries like meatpacking, and new agencies were created like the Food and Drug Administration to protect Americans, agencies we still have today that are being weakened. At the state level, the initiative, referendum, and recall were adopted in many states, Washington included. And a major part of the pitch was combating the power that the railroads had over state legislatures. The power of the rich in Congress was one of the features of the Gilded Age. It was satirized in Puck in a very famous cartoon that is reproduced in a number of history textbooks. This very cartoon is something that I remember seeing when I was 14, 13, 12, those years. It's probably one of the most famous of the age. Sound familiar? Yeah? So the Gilded Age only came to an end because progressive reformers decided that they were going to do something about this, and they were not going to quit. We didn't get progress right away. It wasn't until we got things aligned that we were able to pass some really long overdue reforms. And it didn't make corruption go away, but it did arrest some of the bad trends for a very critical period of time. You can see that in the cartoon. I'll just point out a couple of the features for you. So in the back, of course, we have these monopolists, and they're represented as big old fat cats. Up in the corner, you might notice that the People's Entrance is closed, and there's a very large doorway on the other side of the cartoon that the monopolists are walking through. At this time, of course, a lot of rich people were getting elected to Congress, and in particular the Senate, which is depicted here. And they were becoming very influential and powerful. So not only were they running the private sector, but they were also exercising all this control over the public sector. So that resulted in there not being the needed checks and balances over their excesses that we needed to have. This situation would not be corrected until Teddy Roosevelt became president. As I mentioned, Roosevelt's predecessor, McKinley, was actually assassinated in office, and that's why Roosevelt became president. It's not because he ran and won an election to become president. He did, of course, win to be retained, but he didn't actually become president because voters elected him. He became president because McKinley was assassinated. So it's interesting how history takes a turn sometimes. That was one of those times when it took a turn. Let's head on to our next parallel.
Well, it was Roosevelt that was he the one called the Trust Buster?
Yes. Yeah, Teddy Roosevelt was called the Trust Buster. So after the progressive era took place, we retrenched into a period called the Roaring Twenties, 100 years ago. Yeah, it's amazing to think that we're 100 years beyond that period. And during the Roaring Twenties, there were a number of Republican presidents. They are pictured here. We had Harding, we had Coolidge, and we had Hoover. And the thing that really bound all these Republican presidents together is they believed in laissez-faire economics. So they believed that the business of America is business, and we should just let the private sector do its thing. Government intervention, not so good. Let's just, keep our hands off. Things will be fine if we just don't intervene. They were into unregulated markets. Yeah, there's really no such thing as a free market. Yes, they certainly were into that label. Now, the Roaring Twenties were a time of great industrial expansion. Much of the profit from that was invested in speculation, namely stocks. Many members of the public were disappointed by the low interest rates that banks were offering on deposits, so they committed their small sums to stockbrokers. By 1929, the U.S. economy was showing some signs of trouble. The agricultural sector was depressed because of overproduction and falling prices. That forced many farmers into debt. Consumer goods manufacturers had unsellable output due to low wages and thus low purchasing power. Factory owners were cutting production and firing staff, which reduced demand even further. Despite the trends, investors continued to buy shares in the areas of the economy where output was declining and unemployment was increasing, so the purchase price of stocks greatly exceeded that of their real value. Sound familiar? By September of 1929, the most experienced shareholders saw that prices could not continue to rise, so they began to get rid of their holdings. This caused share values to stall and then fall, encouraging more to sell. As investors panicked, the selling became frenzied. After Black Thursday, the leading bankers joined forces to purchase stock at prices that were above market value, which was a strategy that was used during the panic of 1907. Panics were what we used to call recessions, and they were often caused because people panicked, as the term suggests. So there was a brief recovery before Black Tuesday, but further action failed to halt the fall. This continued until July 8th, 1932. By then, the stock market had lost some 90% of its pre-crash value. Congress responded to the events by passing the Banking Act of 1933, also known as the Glass-Steagall Act, which separated commercial and investment banking. Now, what's interesting about that date, 1933, is that was a full 4 years after 1929, wasn't it? Why did it take so long to pass something as necessary as the Glass-Steagall Act? Because Herbert Hoover was president at the time the market crashed, and Hoover found himself pretty paralyzed because his whole philosophy was things will be fine. We just have to let the market take care of itself. Laissez-faire, laissez-faire. But the market did not take care of itself. There is a philosophy, of course, among those who really believe in markets, and you can believe in markets without feeling that unregulated markets are the way to go. But those who prefer unregulated markets like to talk about how in the long run, the market will self-correct. Of course, the economist Keynes said, in the long run, we're all dead. And he's correct. So you can't just rely on the market to have some self-correcting ability. You actually have to intervene. Otherwise, markets can destroy themselves. They can fail. And there are people who refuse for some reason to acknowledge this. But we've all seen what market unfairness looks like. We've all seen corporations that were doing what they pleased and there was nobody checking their power. And this has happened repeatedly throughout our history. It certainly happened in the 1920s. So Hoover had the opportunity and the imperative, actually, to respond to this crisis. But he couldn't or wouldn't. So he had been the successor, of course, to a line of Republican presidents. As I mentioned, Harding came first. He was Wilson's successor, and he was actually one of the most indifferent presidents, I guess, to virtues like integrity that we've ever had, because it wasn't so much that he was corrupt. It was more like he had the most corrupt people imaginable around him. You've probably heard of Teapot Dome. That seems to have persisted through the annals of history, even though a lot of people don't know what it is. Well, Teapot Dome was the name for a scandal that enveloped Harding's administration. And by the way, Harding died in office. He did not get assassinated, but he also did not live through to the end of his term. His Interior Secretary was bribed, and for that, his role was called the Teapot Dome scandal. He became the first member of cabinet to be imprisoned for a major crime committed while in office. So he has that distinction. It's been called the greatest and most sensational scandal in the history of American politics. Not sure it's true anymore, but certainly at the time, that's what it was called. But it was actually just one of many disgraces that marred the Harding presidency. The AG was the subject of 2 unsuccessful impeachment attempts, and he was twice indicted for defrauding the government of property confiscated by his office from German nationals. The head of the Veterans Bureau took bribes from contractors building hospitals and illegally sold drugs and other government medical supplies at a fraction of their cost to private firms. He went to prison also. Corruption like this was not incidental. It was central in the Harding years. In many instances, the president appointed to government positions his unqualified friends. They became known as the Ohio Gang, although the president was never personally implicated in their crooked dealings. Coolidge followed Harding and didn't do a whole lot to repair the integrity of the executive branch, although he wasn't as corrupt. And then, of course, Hoover came along. Hoover might have been actually the smartest of these 3 guys. He had a background as an engineer, and he wasn't a particularly nasty person or a thoughtless person, but he believed strongly in this laissez-faire capitalism philosophy. And so when the economy fell apart, Hoover kept saying, well, we just have to stick it out. But as suffering got worse and the Depression ground on and got deeper, more and more people began to say, this isn't working. This isn't working for us. Now, a group that said it wasn't working for them became known as the Bonus Army. How many of you have heard of the Bonus Army? Yeah. Well, DC is where the Bonus Army came to protest that, hey, we're suffering and we need help. This is a group of veterans who had fought in World War I, because you see the U.S. government promised in 1924 that servicemen would receive a bonus for their service in 1945. The bonus was also known as the Tombstone Bonus. Well, the Great Depression hit. As you heard, the stock market collapsed. By 1932, the Depression was dragging on. There was no end in sight. So some of the veterans decided to march on Washington to ask for their bonus right away, because after all, what good does it do them in 1945? Well, if the movement had an official beginning, it's been said that it would have been in Portland, Oregon. 400 veterans gathered there by May 17, 1932, under the leadership of a fellow veteran, Walter M. Waters. They began a long trek to Washington aboard a freight train loaned to them for free by the rail authorities. They exited the train in Iowa on May 18th. They hitched rides and they walked the rest of the way to Washington. They walked. Smaller splinter groups reached the Capitol on their own. By June 1st, some 1,500 men, some with their families, were in the Capitol. They camped out in homemade shanty towns. The major sites included 12th Street and 8th Street Northwest. The latter is now Constitution Avenue, 3rd Street and Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest, and the largest, a 30-acre site on the Anacostia Flats. This was given the name Camp Bartlett after its owner, John Bartlett, the former Assistant Postmaster General. Well, a few weeks later, the U.S. House of Representatives did in fact vote to provide the bonus, but the Senate rejected it. Sound familiar? President Hoover had promised to veto the bill. Well, things stayed in an unsettled condition for the next few weeks. Some veterans left, but even more arrived until their number reached somewhere between 10,000 and 20,000. Then, on July 28, 1932, the Hoover administration sent in the army and the police to expel the marchers. The troops were led by General Douglas MacArthur, who would later serve in World War II and the Korean War. His troops included infantry and cavalry and numbered 800, though an additional 2,700 were kept in reserve in case they were needed. Even Patton took part in this roundup of the bonus army. The bonus veterans were in no mood to leave, so the army began using tear gas and bayonets to drive them away and employing torches to set fire to the shanty towns. The camp at 3rd and Pennsylvania also saw something new in American history. 5 tanks armed with machine guns rumbling about the streets of Washington. Sound familiar? Well, how did the army troops feel about this? One claimed, "We hate this more than they do, but they brought it on themselves." Strange sentiment. Some veterans retreated to Camp Bartlett, figuring they might be left in peace there. But it didn't help. The army had orders to clear Camp Bartlett too. While all this was going on across the city, many civilians were caught up in the violence, many trying to escape the clouds of tear gas. One bystander kept shouting, "The American flag means nothing to me after this." MacArthur threatened to have the man arrested. He promptly quieted down. There was one fatality. A veteran from Chicago was caught in police fire near the Capitol. After it was all over, the authorities gave their reactions. Hoover released a statement on July 28th in which he twice referred to the so-called bonus marchers and added, "An examination of a large number of names disclosed the fact that a considerable part of those remaining are not veterans. Many are communists and persons with criminal records." If you haven't heard about this, I don't blame you, because the bonus army is barely talked about in history texts, and what's there doesn't really have a lot of detail. But this happened, and it's one of the more shameful things that happened in the 1930s. And it also, I think, helped turn public opinion against Hoover. Hoover, of course, ran for re-election. He probably had no business doing so, but he did anyway. Franklin Delano Roosevelt cleaned his clock, and he was swept out of office. He was quite bitter for a long time afterward. Later in the 1930s, he would go meet Hitler in Nazi Germany. And it was for that reason that Roosevelt refused to accept his cooperation in World War II. He was put to use by Truman near the end of the war and after the war, but Roosevelt really didn't want to have anything to do with him, and you can understand why, given that he had gone and met with Hitler. So we got our economy wrecked, and it wasn't simply because Republicans were deliberately wrecking the economy in the 1920s, but when the private sector did a dirty on the American people, the Republicans who were president didn't step up and fix the problem. And that led to a lot of needless suffering. It was up to Democrats, FDR and the Democratic Congress, to put things to rights. And it took a long time. People fault Roosevelt. In fact, even in contemporary literature of the day, like if you read Hitler's declaration of war on the United States, which we'll talk about in a moment, he says, well, Roosevelt's a failure. He couldn't end the Depression in his country. Which, of course, ignores all the things that Roosevelt did that helped people during the Depression. Yeah, sound familiar? So it's very interesting, though, that people criticize Roosevelt when he inherited the problems, right? He came in and had to clean up the mess. And he faced opposition while doing that. So people say, well, Roosevelt failed. No, it was the Republicans who came before him who failed. They were in a position to act. The stock market crashes in 1929. Roosevelt did not take office until 1933. That's a long period of time. Hoover had plenty of years to do something about these problems, and he failed. And here we are 100 years later, and we are potentially on the precipice of another economic catastrophe. We'll see. We don't know the future, but there's some ominous signs right now for our economy. Let's jump to our next parallel. Fascists attacked the US and our allies in the 1930s and 40s. So, of course, you know about Benito Mussolini, I hope. You know about Hitler. You know about the rise of fascism in Europe. You also hopefully know that the same thing was happening in Japan at around the same period of time. And the Depression had quite a bit to do with this, because the fascists were allowed to rise to power. They were enabled by people who were desperate. And part of the reason they were desperate was because the economy had collapsed around the world. It wasn't just in the US. Because things were going badly in Germany and Italy and Japan, there was an opening for these fascists to come to power. So Mussolini kept amassing power. Eventually he became a dictator. Hitler did the same in Germany and became actually more powerful than Mussolini. And in Japan, there was a similar rise to power. 1930s has been called the country's dark valley, referring to Japan, because the government devolved from a party-led representative system to a military-led autocracy and headed toward what became known as the 15-Year War, which began with escalating conflicts in Manchuria and China and ended with the tragedies of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Japan actually withdrew from the League of Nations in the 1930s and refused to sign any non-aggression treaties with other countries. And then it began gobbling up territory. To get more territory, of course, it needed to build a larger and larger military engine. And so it began a dispute with the US over access to oil. This dispute was ongoing at the time that Pearl Harbor was attacked. Most people know that Japan's surprise attack on the US Navy at Pearl Harbor brought the US into World War II. But interestingly, it also prompted Hitler to declare war on the US, which was a very stupid move. And we responded in kind by declaring war on Germany. What you might not be as familiar with is what happened next. Japan took a lot of territory. The Philippines fell, and Guam, and Singapore, and all these other places. And you can see up on the screen the map that shows the peak of the empire that Japan controlled. Look at that red. Japan had all that territory under its control. It's inconceivable today, I think. And of course, you see on the other side of the screen the territory that was under the control of Nazi Germany, which doesn't include fascist Italy, because Italy is grayed out. But the dark green are the areas that Nazi Germany said were their territory proper. The light green are the occupied territories. That probably refers to the fact that not all the territories were occupied the same. So, for example, I think Norway and Denmark were treated a bit differently than like Belgium, for example, or the places that are in the lightest area, which refers to occupied Soviet areas. So it just depends. It's sort of like a delineation of different territory. But the Soviet Union was actually invaded by Nazi Germany as part of Operation Barbarossa. Before that, they had actually had a non-aggression pact. Hitler violated that pact. Another stupid mistake, yes. Because Hitler then he basically created his own set of opponents. At the time that Hitler was at the peak of his territorial ambitions, he had conquered as much as he was going to conquer, basically, with the exception of the Soviet territory that he later seized but then relinquished. He only had really one opponent left, which was Britain. Everyone else was out of the war. And he had this non-aggression pact with the Soviets, and the Americans weren't yet in the war. But Hitler added the Soviets to the war effort against him by going to war against them. And then he declared war on America and added another opponent. Not a smart move. So, but at the time that we were trying to recover from Pearl Harbor, it seemed like Germany and Japan were unstoppable. And what is really relevant about this today is it might seem like there's nothing we can do to stop these advances, that these folks are unstoppable. And at the time, I think that people felt the same about Hitler and Mussolini and Tojo in Japan. Like, what's going to stop these guys? Nothing's stopping them. General Douglas MacArthur could not stop, for example, the fall of the Philippines. He vowed to return, but he had to leave and he had to abandon his post. And he didn't want to, right? But he was told by his superiors in DC that he had to leave. He could not allow himself to be captured. He ended up relocating to Australia. He would, of course, return to the Philippines just as he promised. But at that time, earlier in the war, in 1941 or 1942, we were losing all these territories, and the Japanese were just couldn't be stopped. It wasn't until pivotal battles like Midway that the tide began to turn, and those came somewhat later in the conflict. So we didn't turn the tide right away. It was a transition. And even after we had had some of these important victories, like for example, Midway just stopped the Japanese from advancing further, prevented them from like taking Hawaii, for example, but it didn't give us back the Philippines. It didn't give us back Guam. It didn't allow us to retake these areas that you see in red. That would come later. That would come later with our island hopping campaign. We spent several years counterattacking the Japanese in territory after territory. And it wasn't really until 1945 that we had achieved supremacy and we were actually regularly bombing the Japanese home islands. And of course, you know about the atomic bombings, but we also firebombed Tokyo. That actually destroyed more structures and killed more people than the atomic bombs that are better known. So these fascist attacks, it was a rough time. A lot of people in America wondered and worried if we were safe here. And actually, there were some incursions from both the Germans and the Japanese that many people don't know about. German submarines were positioned right off our coast, sinking merchant shipping during the crucial early phase of the war. And the Japanese were launching weapons at the US West Coast. If you drive down to the Redwoods in California, you can actually see batteries that were in operation during World War II. Yeah, that's right. On the coast, you can see some of the batteries and the defenses that we had put up to guard against the Japanese attacks. The Japanese thought about trying to figure out how to set forest fires in the U.S. in Oregon to try to burn down our forests. I think they actually had some plans for us that they never really got to execute. But it's interesting to think about what could have happened if they had gotten further along, right? If they had conquered Hawaii, like whether they could have used that as a staging ground to go further. They also invaded the Aleutian Islands in Alaska. Many people don't know anything about that campaign either, but they actually took U.S. territory. We were actually attacked, and some of our territory was occupied by Japanese forces, and they did this as a feint. We, however, had broken the Japanese codes, and we were not fooled. The Navajo code talkers were our ability to keep our secrets. But we actually had code breakers who were breaking Japanese codes. We were reading their naval mail, and we knew what they were talking about and what they were planning to do. We also, thanks to the help of the Brits, we broke the Germans' codes as well. So we had serious intelligence advantages during that conflict. But you can see some of the parallels, right? Fascism was rising. It didn't seem like anything we were doing was effective in stopping it. Folks like Chamberlain tried appeasement. It didn't work, did it? He came home from Munich waving a piece of paper saying, I have secured peace in our time. Yeah, but Chamberlain actually wasn't really an appeaser. He became an appeaser, but he wasn't really one to start with. He was under a lot of pressure to prevent a war because World War I had been so destructive. People did not want another conflict. Hitler used this to his advantage. He knew that Chamberlain was under domestic pressure to not get into a war. So Chamberlain thought he had struck a deal, but then he found out the deal was worthless, right? And so because he had struck the deal, though, we lost the best defended part of Czechoslovakia, which that's what it was called at the time, which would have enabled us to really mount a strong defense against a German attack. And so that just made it all the more easier for Hitler to take Poland in 1939. Let's move on to our last historical parallel. In the 1970s, we had to deal with the Nixon regime. I think you all know quite a bit about Watergate, so I won't rehash all of that. But I want to talk about some of the facets of the regime that were disturbing. One of them, of course, was Richard Nixon's enemies list. This refers to a compilation of the major political opponents to Nixon. It was assembled by Charles Colson and written by George Bell, who was an assistant to Colson. It was part of a campaign officially known as the Opponents List and the Political Enemies Project. The official purpose, as described by the White House counsel's office, was to screw Nixon's political enemies by means of tax audits from the Internal Revenue Service and by manipulating grant availability, federal contracts, litigation, prosecution, etc., and a memorandum from John Dean to Lawrence Higbee. Sound familiar? The memorandum addresses the matter of how we can maximize the fact of our incumbency in dealing with persons known to be active in their opposition to our administration, stated a bit more bluntly, how we can use the available federal machinery to screw our political enemies. And that's from John Dean. And of course, you all know about the Watergate burglary and how Nixon's White House plumbers decided that they were going to try to bug the DNC's headquarters at the Watergate complex. They were also trying to photograph campaign documents and install their listening devices. Well, the Watergate plumbers later claimed that they were duped and that they were just, a bunch of dumb surrogates. I don't believe that for a second, and I bet nobody here does either. Watergate, of course, spiraled into a massive scandal. It was one of the biggest scandals in American history. Some would say the biggest. Once the truth began to come out, and boy, did it ever, demonstrators began marching throughout Washington, D.C. with signs saying, "Impeach Nixon." You see one of those signs being carried there. And momentum for impeachment began to build as more and more data began to come out, and it became clear that Nixon was lying. The White House taping system's existence was revealed in the Watergate hearings, and then, of course, Nixon lost his battle to prevent the contents of the tapes from being divulged. And that's thanks to the Supreme Court. One of the interesting instances among this set of parallels where the Supreme Court was actually not on the president's side. And that was important because if the Supreme Court had not ruled against Nixon, I'm not sure there's any way that those tapes would have been divulged. But thanks to the divulgence of the tapes, the smoking gun came out and Nixon lost much of his remaining support. He resigned rather than be impeached. And because he resigned, which he referred to at one point, I guess, as self-impeachment, because he resigned, we didn't actually go through with the impeachment. It might have been better for the country if we had. Because after Nixon left office, his successor, Gerald Ford, decided that he wanted to just move on. And so he pardoned Nixon. He gave him a full and absolute pardon. And this is the part that I really want to focus on because this was the biggest sorry travesty of this whole thing. It was bad what came before. The lying, the Watergate thing, the secret bombing of Laos and Cambodia, all the stuff that Nixon did. There's a lot of bad stuff. But what came next was really a tragedy because Gerald Ford had the opportunity to bring some much needed accountability. He had the opportunity to be a Jefferson or a Madison and clean up some of the mess. But you know what he did instead? He swept it under the rug. And that's why we have this button up here. Pardon me, Gerald, it says. You've got Nixon trying to crack the safe, right? So Nixon, instead of being held accountable, was just given a pass, and he became like an elder statesman, and he's just a former president writing his memoirs and stuff, and there was no accountability. And all these prosecutions, all these prosecutions that were developing, that were going to go forward, were dropped. Sound familiar? Because Ford sacrificed his own presidency in a misguided attempt to move the country forward, and he didn't even get any thanks for that. Not that he deserved any. But you know what happened to him, of course, is that Jimmy Carter defeated him. He ran and he lost. He's the only president who basically never won an election, right? So it's an interesting time in our history because it was a moment when there was a real opportunity for accountability and justice, and it was utterly squandered. And that, I'm sure, sounds familiar as well. So these parallels are important because history can be more than just a guide to our present. It really can. It can inspire us to organize for a better future. And that's what I'm going to end on. There's a poem that is the source of a really great quote. "We are the ones we've been waiting for." This is June Jordan, right? It's really true. We're not going to be saved by somebody else riding in. We're going to have to save ourselves. Well, at NPI and NPF, we're very driven and we're effective in our activism, and you can be too. And I'm going to give you a sense of our philosophy by introducing a few maxims and saying that guide our work and keep us focused. First, always refrain, especially when it's hard. Lakoff says, and George Lakoff is a cognitive scientist, linguist, he says, when you think you lack words, what you really lack are ideas. Ideas come in the form of frames. When the frames are there, the words come readily. It's true. If you've practiced at reframing, you'll notice this. Next, whining is like sitting in a rocking chair. It gives you something to do, doesn't get you anywhere. So we prefer action. By the way, this farmer is reading a magazine, I guess, called The Progressive Farmer. Thought that was funny. And it's a Texas farmer, too. Next, we have Ida B. Wells. The people must know before they can act, and there is no educator to compare with the press. True. This is why at NPI we have our own media operations. You know, we have our own cameras, microphones, digital publishing apparatus. Last year, our primary publication, the Cascadia Advocate, welcomed 400-something thousand people. Because we have our own media, we can tell our own story. We can do our own investigative reporting. We can release our own polling. Even if nobody wants to cover what we're talking about, we'll cover ourselves. And that's very important. We need more media infrastructure as progressives. The right wing gets this. This is why they have their constellation of podcasts and influencers and all these other people. And even locally they have them. You've heard of Brandy Cruz, Jonathan Cho, Jason Rantz, right? And of course, formerly Dory Monson, Kirby Wilbur, John Carlson. These people are a whole circle, right? They're a whole apparatus. We do not have a comparable apparatus. We are starting to get more digital publications. We have like the Urbanist, for example, Public Hollow, The Burner. There's some that have joined the scene, but we need more. We always need more. And we especially need hyperlocal news outlets to deal with the news deserts that keep cropping up. If you look at who voted for Trump, people in news deserts were far more likely to vote for Trump. People who don't know anything about what's going on are more likely to be victims of his grift. So Ida B. Wells is right. The people must know before they can act, and there is no educator to compare with the press. In our organization, we also have to work to combat Parkinson's law of triviality. And this is the dynamic where people within an organization commonly give disproportionate weight to trivial issues. I think you all have seen this. You know, a very important matter will get discussed for 5 minutes, and then something that really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things will be debated for an hour, right? We have to be able to prioritize and concentrate our time and resources as effectively as possible. I bet some of you have also heard of the Pareto principle. Ever heard that 80% of the work is done by only 20% of the people? Well, that specific breakdown might not always be on the money, but you've probably noticed that the core of successful campaigns, no matter what they are, usually has a group of people who are providing a disproportionate share of the time and the talent and the treasure, and they're the people who get things done. The people in this room are among the 20% doing 80% of the work, or whatever the exact breakdown is. So thank you for being part of the 20%. Thank you for being here. Another quote we love from Kenneth Blanchard: there's a difference between interest and commitment. When you're interested in something, you do it only when it's convenient. When you're committed to something, you accept no excuses, only results. We only accept results. And so we grade and score ourselves. If we get things done, we talk about those things. If we don't get things done, we are accountable for that. And we tell people, we haven't gotten this done yet, but we're still working on it. But we don't make excuses because that doesn't help, right? For example, we haven't passed a wealth tax yet. We should, right? We haven't done that. But since we haven't done it, we can't say, well, you know, this is why we haven't done it. Instead, we have to focus on how we're going to do it, right? Because we have to do it. That's the result that we're looking for. Fortunately, we have lots of results in our organization that we can talk about, like ending child marriage, or passing right to repair, or getting rid of Tim Eyman's advisory votes, or defeating Brian Haywood's initiatives. Lots of things we could talk about. Another one we love: plans are useless, but planning is everything. It's a paradox, but it's true, right? If you think, the more you think about it, the more it makes sense. And by the way, embrace the fact that human beings can hold contradictory thoughts in their heads at the same time, right? Once you embrace that, things will make a lot more sense in this world. Next, we have this great quote about how to balance your time. If you find that you're spending almost all of your time on theory, start turning some attention to practical things. It will improve your theories. And if you find that you're spending almost all of your time in practice, start turning some attention to theoretical things. It will improve your practice. Thanks, Donald. The good Donald. You've probably heard this quote from Margaret Mead: never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. Guess what? This quote is now in a prominent position in the new Fantastic Four movie, The First Steps. When I heard that, it was kind of like a little chill, came over. It's like, what amazing Marvel writer got this into the film, right? I don't think I've ever heard a quote like this in a Marvel film. But if you go watch the Fantastic Four, The First Steps, and it is the best Fantastic Four movie of all of the four that have been made, it's the best. If you go watch this movie, you will hear this quote uttered during the film. And it's really reassuring to hear it. Somebody knew what message we needed to hear in these times. But it's really perfectly placed in the film too. Finally, we have treat people the way they want to be treated, which is the platinum rule. And we must also value self-care. I will take care of me for you if you will take care of you for me, right? Very important. So I'm always asked, what should I be doing? I'm going to tell you, there's 6 things that I want everybody here and everybody watching to do. This will help you in your activism to focus your energy on what is important and relevant. First, you should create and adopt a strategic giving plan to directly support candidates and causes that really need your money, with recurring grassroots donations out of a budget that is fiscally responsible for you. Everybody can probably do something. Some people aren't in a position to donate any money, but most of us are in a position to donate something. So you should have a strategic giving plan. Who are you going to support? Why are you going to support it? I often look for like women of color running in swing districts, who really need help and aren't getting the big bucks from the big donors. That's often who I will, prioritize my giving towards. 2, write to your elected officials regularly. Short messages do work fine. Use faxes to reach federal elected officials from other states. So avoid, emailing Lisa Murkowski. It's probably not going to get to her. Instead, send her a fax. And if you don't have a fax machine, that's not a problem, because there's plenty of internet faxing services that will convert your email into a fax for you. But the fax is the best way because it takes weeks for the post to get there. Emails are filtered and often don't go where they're supposed to because they don't want to hear from you if you're not a constituent. But faxes get through. So use faxes, and every congressional office has a fax machine. 3, volunteer for an organization that's doing work that you want to see done at any level. And this is hard to give specific advice because everyone has their own different interests and passions, and so you need to find a good fit for you. But if you don't know of a fit right now, then you need to do some exploration and discernment. There are so many groups that I can think of that accept volunteers. Like How's Our Neighbors here in Seattle is an example of such a group. We do as well, which I'll talk about in a moment. Vote early and then ask others if they voted. People are more likely to vote if someone checks in with them about their plan to vote. What was the voter turnout in the last election? It was 28% statewide. That's actually typical for an odd year top 2 election. But it's bad. It's bad for fewer than 1 in 3 voters to be voting, to be making decisions for everybody else. And voter turnout in November is not going to be much better. Statewide turnout may be around 39, 40%. And that's if we have a good year. That's how bad things have gotten. Build bridges with people who have fallen for Trump's lies. You need to practice your reframing skills with family and friends for as long as you can, as long as they'll tolerate you. This is how you find out what works. And when you find out what works, then you need to relay your feedback back up to strategists so that we can take that into account. Because yes, we have data, but there's nothing like hearing about people's real world experiences to inform us whether what we're advising people to do works. And then finally, take breaks and practice self-care. You should not be doom scrolling. Don't leave cable television on all day or think about politics nonstop. I'm always asked, what should I read? And I think it's very important with a long presentation like this to give you some suggestions for further reading because we can only cover so much in an hour. So these are the 6 books that I recommend reading in the next few weeks. Here they are: The Presidents and the People, Unrig the Game, The Age of Acrimony, Taking America Back for God, The Field of Blood, and A Crisis Wasted. And I could talk about each of these books for probably a half an hour. But if you read them, you'll understand why I recommended them. They're all really good. They all cover like different fields and different times in American history. The Presidents and the People is kind of a series of historical vignettes. It covers some of the same ground that I covered in this presentation, especially with respect to John Adams. And you'll find also on the other end of the spectrum that A Crisis Wasted will give you a very interesting look back at recent history. I really wish that in 2009 we had used our political power more wisely. We had a trifecta. We had control of the House, the Senate, we had the presidency. And it seems like, although we passed the Affordable Care Act, we did not do much else during that time period. We never passed a major climate bill. We did not pass a major jobs bill. The American Recovery and Investment Act was half of what it should have been, and so on and so on. So this book, A Crisis Wasted, discusses that. And of course, you can get involved in NPI and NPF's work. We have work for everyone, no matter what you like to do. Anything you can think of, probably there's an opportunity to do that in our organization. Our contact info is there. Connect with us, call or text us. We would love to connect with you and have you join our efforts, or to help support you in whatever you want to get involved with. Maybe you just want some guidance, and we're happy to provide that. So together, we can get through this dark, difficult time in our history. I hate it. I often tell people I dislike living in this timeline, but we're in it. And unless someone comes along and rescues us, which again, that's a fantasy that's not going to happen. But unless that were to happen, then it's up to us. We're going to have to pull ourselves out of this. And we're going to have to recognize that, as you saw from the course of this presentation, there were many times in American history where things seemed pretty bad. They seemed hopeless even. People wondered if there would be a better future ahead of them, if they would ever get out of the time that they were in. Maybe it was the Depression. Maybe it was the period before we abolished slavery. Maybe it was at the beginning of the country when laws were being passed to round up people who were printing critical editorials of the president. But people often, I think, felt that things are not getting better, they're getting worse, and will we ever get out of this? But there were better times that followed. And those better times were brought about by people organizing for change, saying, I won't give up. You've heard it's impossible till it's done. And that's true. That's what it often feels like. So my closing words to you are, we must fight together. We must fight together. We do not give up. Cory Booker spoke for a very long period of time on the Senate floor. He set a new record, didn't he? And that took a lot of stamina and a lot of courage, but he did it. If he can do that, then we in our communities can rise to the moment as well. And the times demand it. We're not going to get what we're looking for just by yelling at Democrats in Congress saying, you're weak and you're not doing enough. We need to inspire them, not demand that they inspire us. We're the leaders. We'll lead them to new positions. And if we do our jobs, then when we regain power, which I believe can happen and will happen, then we will have the political will to act. Thank you all so much for listening to this presentation. I hope it was inspiring and helped you. And thank you to Rachel again for organizing this. It was amazing.
Thank you for coming. Love having you.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you again so much. Oh,
I was just telling these guys, but is the camera still on? Hi. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for all of you who tuned in. You are just angels and saints that I cannot see, but I know you're there. And I thank you for being here with us for as many hours as you were here. And for those of you in the room, thank you so much for being here. And I'm a little bleary-eyed, but yeah, I'm totally pumped that we did it. So yeah, I'll see you in the halls, see you on the streets, see you in the wherever else we're going to be to the halls of legislature to make some stuff happen. So we sold 100 tickets and raised $2,600. Wee-hoo. So yeah, that's great. And we also got the governor and our congresswoman and Cory Booker to join in. So It's all good. It's all good. I'm completely happy with everything. So, friends in the live stream world, I'll see you next year. Stay in touch because I'll be in touch. My wheels are turning, but have a great rest of your weekend and thank you again. Thank you.